We are at 1 minute to air. 1 minute to air. And once again, reminder, commissioners, please turn on cameras and unmute your microphones. Commissioner Williams, I see that I have you on your phone. I have unmuted your microphone. Press *6 to unmute on your end.
Thank you so much. I should be able to join via Zoom within the next 10 to 15 minutes, if not shorter than that.
We are live.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Durham Planning Commission. The members of the Durham Planning Commission have been appointed by the City Council and the County Board of Commissioners as an advisory board to the elected officials. You should know that the elected officials will have the final vote on any of the issues that are before us this evening. Tonight's meeting is being held virtually using the Zoom virtual meeting platform, and in this virtual meeting setting, public participants do not have the ability to talk or be seen on video by default, and to maintain meeting decorum and a discernible record of the meeting, the chat function has been disabled. Speakers will be given the ability to speak at the appropriate time on each public hearing during the course of the meeting. If you've pre-registered, we have you signed up and we'll call on you during the public hearing in the order that you signed up. If you called in before the meeting started, but you haven't signed up to speak, we can work with you to allow you to digitally raise your hand, and you can do that by pressing *9 on your phone, and we'll call on you and give you the opportunity to speak. We'll ask that you give us your name and your address, and then we'll let you know the amount of time that you have available to speak on that hearing item. If you'd like to call into the meeting and you haven't done so yet, you can do that by dialing 1-301-715-8592. Finally, all motions are stated in the affirmative, so if a motion fails or ties, the recommendation is not favorable. May we have the roll call, please?
You're on mute, Grace.
Oh, sorry. I thought I hit unmute. All right. Can you hear me now? Okay, great. Good evening, Chair Busby and Planning Commissioners. It looks like we're going to have 2 absences tonight. The best I can tell, Commissioner Lowe and the Commissioner McIver will not be joining us. Looks like Commissioner Williams made it. So we were thinking Commissioner Williams might be a few minutes late, but she is on the call. So I'm going to go through the roll call now. Commissioner Amendolia.
Here.
Commissioner Baker.
Here.
Chair Busby.
Here.
Commissioner Cameron.
Here.
Commissioner Cutright.
Here.
Commissioner Durkin.
Here.
Vice Chair Kinchin.
Here.
Commissioner Lampreed.
Here.
Commissioner Miller.
Sorry, here.
Okay. Commissioner Morgan.
Here.
Commissioner Cease.
Here.
And Commissioner Williams.
Here.
Okay. I'd like to welcome Commissioner Cease to our meeting. I'm not sure if Chair, if you want to say a few words or not at this time. Just wanted to remind everyone that it is our first meeting with Commissioner Cease. So welcome, Commissioner Cease.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Yeah, Commissioner Cease, if you'd like to take a moment to introduce yourselves to the rest of us, that'd be great.
I just happy to be a part of the group and appreciate the confidence the council showed in the appointment. My background is in the design professions, planning professions, so I'm happy to be a part of the group. I've lived here about 20 years in the Durham area.
That's great. Welcome aboard. I hope you still feel that way by the end of tonight's meeting.
Oh, I've seen enough. I think I know what I'm getting into.
That's great. Since Commissioner Williams is here and we know who will not be joining us, this would be a good time to make a motion for an excused absence for Commissioners Lowe and MacGyver.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Baker, and we'll have the roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Amendolia,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker,
Yes.
Chair Busby,
Yes.
Commissioner Cameron,
Yes.
Commissioner Cutright,
Yes.
Commissioner Durkin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kinchin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lanfried,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Cease,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will move to the approval of the minutes and the consistency statements from the February 9th meeting. And if there are any adjustments, we can share those now, and if not, we'll accept a motion for approval.
Chair, I move to approve the minutes and consistency statements from the January meeting.
Seconded.
Thank you. Moved by Commissioner Amendolia, seconded by Commissioner Morgan, and that's for the February 9th meeting. And we'll have a roll call vote.
Thank you. Commissioner Amendolia,
Yes.
Commissioner Baker,
Yes.
Chair Busby,
Yes.
Commissioner Cameron,
Yes.
Commissioner Cutright,
Yes.
Commissioner Durkin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kinchin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lanfried,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner Morgan,
Yes.
Commissioner Cease,
Yes.
and Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I will, for the rest of the voting for tonight, I will call last names only.
Please. And Ms. Smith, adjustments to the agenda, I don't believe we have any, but wanted to check.
Chair Busby, the staff does not have any adjustments to recommend for the agenda this evening. A couple of quick things I would like to note for the record and everyone in attendance that all of the public notification requirements were carried out in accordance with the UDO and local and state law, and those affidavits are on file in the planning department. The other thing I would like to mention quickly is that we now, and I sent an email before the meeting, but it could be that you didn't get the email yet. It appears we have a quorum for April 27th, 2021 to have a special meeting, to have a public hearing for the comp plan goals and objectives. So if everyone will put that on their calendar, the ones of you that have confirmed, thank you very much. I understand a few of you still are kind of tentative, but we do have a quorum at this time to have a meeting, or more than a quorum, but not quite 14.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Smith, just to remind me, and I guess the rest of the planning commissioners as well, it's been requested that, is it every hour and a half that we take a 10-minute break for our closed captioning staff? Is that correct?
It's every 2 hours. We
2 hours.
we need to have a break as close to the 2-hour mark as possible. If we're finishing a case and it's almost the 2-hour mark, I would say take the break, even if it's 15 minutes before the 2-hour mark. So I'll leave that to your judgment, and we'll watch the time as we go.
That sounds great. So yeah,
Thank
just
you.
a reminder, and I'm sure we'll have probably at least one this evening based on the big agenda. Commissioner
Thank
Miller.
So, Mr. Chairman, with regard to notice, and I had a couple of people ask me as the days were leading up to this meeting, they had been checking the notification service. They're subscribers to it, and the notice for this meeting came up in the Omnibus They wanted to check the text of the omnibus changes that we're going to consider tonight. And when they went to the commission's agenda, those weren't posted for a while. And I believe they finally came up Wednesday or Thursday of the last week of February. It might have been first week of March. I think they were up in time for notice purposes, but it's just an observation that when we publish notice and that notice incorporates something by reference, and so that the people who've taken the trouble to follow along on our notices go to the place where they expect to find the information they're looking for, it would really be nice if it was already up and posted there so that they don't have to keep going back and looking for it.
Thank you for sharing that. I'm not aware that that was not posted. I'm chatting with staff behind the scenes to ask about that because I know that, are you saying just that one item wasn't available, but the rest of the items were? Or this is the first I've heard of it, that's why I'm asking.
Excuse me. Mr. Spam Risk was calling. I don't know about the other items. That's the one that people asked, a couple of people asked me about, saying, you know, the email came that alerted me to the notice items for everything from Planning Commission down to the Historic Preservation Commission, and I went to look for the omnibus item, and it wasn't there yet. That was the only one.
I think I have an explanation for that, Commissioner Miller. It just dawned on me. I do think we did send the commission, the Planning Commission notice out a little bit earlier than we normally do on the email, because I remember there was some discussion about whether or not it should go the week it went, or if it should wait till the next week when we would have normally sent it. But I think we sent it early to be sure that everyone knew about the information item on the comp plan. And so we actually posted our items like we normally would, but maybe it was because we sent the notice a little earlier than we normally did, and we didn't reconcile that internally. So thanks for bringing that to our attention.
All right, thank you. I promised I would mention it.
Well, we appreciate it.
Thanks, Commissioner Miller. We will move to our first case, and this is case Z1800034 Parcel K, and we will start with the staff report.
Just one moment. Can everyone see the screen now? Can everybody see the PowerPoint on the screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair Busby and Planning Commission members. I'm Danny Coulter with the Planning Department. Tonight is request for Z1800034 Parcel K, received from Jared Edens of Edens Land Corp. for 4 parcels of land located at 2705 and 2725 East US 70 Highway and 4709 and 4793 Leesville Road, totaling 140.13 acres. I would like to point out something for you tonight before I get deep into this. The applicant had requested some extra text commitments for this case to be proffered tonight, and he will be pointing those out. I have those on file, and I can bring those up on the case for you when he gets ready to do that. And there's another thing that the transportation engineer, Erlene Thomas, in our department, she noticed a couple of things. There were a couple of text commitments that were incorrect on the final version that came out on this, and she can actually chime in on this and give an update to those. I think it might be better just to go ahead and go through the presentation, and then I could pull up the development plan if needed, and she can explain those for you. So, but anyway, I'll move forward with the rest of the presentation. The site is within the county's jurisdiction. It's in the suburban development tier and in the Falls Jordan Watershed Protection District B, FJB overlay. There's an annexation petition associated with this case. It has to be approved prior to rezoning approval. That is BDG 1800017. The applicant proposes to change the zoning designation of the site from rural residential RR Industrial I, and Industrial IP to Planned Development Residential 5.949 or PDR 5.949 for up to 837 residential dwelling units consisting of a maximum of 185 single-family units, 220 multifamily townhouse units, and 432 multifamily apartment units. The future land use map is designated as low-density residential, the medium density residential, and commercial. If the zoning tier and boundary changes are approved, the recommended FLUM would be proposed as low to medium density residential. Excuse me. The aerial map indicates that the location is, the site is on the northeastern side of US Highway 70 and also off of Leesville Road. Site photos, the majority of the site is undeveloped with a mixture of pine and hardwood vegetation. There is a Duke Power easement that's located in a portion of the site. The Leesville Road parcel actually contains a residential dwelling unit and it's slated for demolition. That's the northern site frontage for the, near Northern Durham Parkway. It has the Duke Power easement. The area photos, you'll see that it's surrounded by adjacent single-family development, agricultural land, commercial development, and vacant residential and commercially zoned property. Let's go to residential on to the north in Brightleaf. There's undeveloped land near Leesville and developed land, and single-family agricultural land, and also commercial on Highway 70. The context map, of course, shows that the site is zoned residential RR, industrial IP, and is planned for PDR 5.949. And the FLUM, as I mentioned, is low-density residential, low-medium density residential, and commercial. And they would be proposing for low medium density residential. The development plan, it indicates projected collector streets, North Durham Parkway as well, external access points, required tree coverage locations, required greenway easement location, project boundary buffers, the listed maximum density, listed required open space, and maximum impervious surfaces. There are many key commitments for this development plan. The proposed development will be limited to single-family residential detached, multifamily residential townhouses and apartments, and accessory units. The maximum number of single-family homes on the site will be limited to 185. Maximum number of townhouse units to be developed on the site will be limited to 220. The maximum number of apartment units to be developed will be limited to 432. A 100-foot greenway trail easement shall be conveyed to the city of Durham. They have to construct 6-foot wide sidewalks on both sides of Northern Durham Parkway to provide for a street trail for the adopted East Durham Open Space Plan and Durham Trails and Greenway Master Plan. There's several traffic commitments as well on this. Site access point 1 consists of 1 ingress, 2 egress lanes striped with left turn lane and 75 feet of storage taper, and 1 right turn lane. Dedicate 110-foot wide right-of-way for extension of North Durham Parkway across the northeast portion of the site. Dedicate additional right-of-way along US 70 for the frontage of the site. Dedicate minimum 70-foot right-of-way for the future extension of Angier Avenue. Dedicate a minimum of 70 feet of shall be constructed to the City of Durham standards with 5-foot sidewalks and 5-foot bicycle right-of-way. Construct a second dedicated southbound left turn lane on Leesville Road. Construct a second dedicated eastbound turn lane on Highway 70 at Leesville Road. Construct additional receiving lane on Leesville Road. Modify the existing traffic signal to accommodate the additional laneage. Leesville Road and Nichols Road, install traffic signal with steel poles. mast arms. Leesville Road and Site Driveway 1, construct a site driveway with 1 ingress lane, 2 egress lanes, and a dedicated left turn lane with storage and taper, and a dedicated right turn lane with adequate internal protective stem. Construct an exclusive northbound left turn lane with adequate storage and appropriate tapers on Leesville Road, and construct an exclusive southbound right turn lane with adequate storage and appropriate taper on Leesville Road. And then provide a minimum 5-foot additional sidewalk, asphalt width for a future bicycle lane of the site frontage to Leesville Road, and then construct an exclusive left turn lane on Leesville Road at Doc Nichols Road with adequate storage and taper. There are several comp plan policies that apply to this development. They're all met except for the policy for the low density residential flum. And staff determines that if the future land use map is adopted, this request is consistent with the comprehensive plan and applicable policies. Except for one, the natural heritage inventory. There is a heritage inventory on site, and the applicant has, in the study presented to the staff from Heritage Inventory, they requested that that invasive species show how they would be managed on the site, and they have not shown how to do that. So that is the only other policy that the applicant has failed to how they'll manage.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Coulter.
Certainly. Let me go.
So we will open the public hearing, and of the individuals who signed up in advance, we have 3 proponents and 5, maybe 6 opponents. And so we'll start with the proponents who have signed up. We have Bill Anderson, Reinald Stevenson, and Steve George, and I believe they're all a part of the team that has brought this proposal forward. So I'll leave it to you to let us know who you'd like to speak first.
Am I not? Did you mention Jared Edens also? I heard.
Oh yeah, I guess it sounds like you maybe just signed up after it came to me, but yes, I was wondering where you were. So if you are slated to speak first, please go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair Busby, members of Planning Commission. Jared Edens with Edens Land Corp. I'll try to be brief. I appreciate Danny's work on this project, and as you can see, it's pretty extensive, and there was quite a bit to it. I'll try to touch on a few high points, and then talk about some of the extra conditions that Danny referred to earlier. As you mentioned, we're looking at a maximum of 837 units possible. We're located next to, adjacent to the Brightleaf development in Leesville Road. I've lived out in that part of town for 12 plus years, and obviously a growing part of town, popular part of town. I think this project has several things going for it. We do have three different housing types, which is always good. We're proposing singles, towns, and apartments, and I think we all agree the mixture is always a good thing. The property is also located in the Searles Basin. It's on the outskirts of the Searles Basin, but as part of the city's plans for this basin, they're actually extending a sewer outfall and a manhole to the northern tip of this property, specifically for development of this property. So I think some density in this location makes sense when you look at the sewer investment the city's made. Also, just in fees alone, not that it's a land use issue, but just in sewer fees alone from this one project, you're looking at possibly 20 to 25% of the cost of the entire sewer project for the city being paid for just by this one development when permits are pulled. Obviously, we had a traffic study performed, and you saw the extensive list of improvements that go with that. But one thing that's noticeable in the development plan, this plan has been in process for a little over 2 years. So there's definitely conditions and topics and things we talk about now that we weren't talking about when we submitted originally. So We do have, and if Danny, if you've got this ready to show, we do have some extra text commitments and design commitments we'd like to present tonight to give a little bit more detail to what we're doing and sort of modernize this application a little bit with how things we're doing currently. So I'm not going to, I won't read these verbatim. I'll just touch on the high points. But these text commitments, some of these are copied from, we had a Sharon Road case in front of you guys a month or so ago. Some of these are from that case as well, but 6 electric vehicle charging stations that'll be spread, like lit clubhouse and common areas. We're going to spell out at least some of what our recreation open space will include. So we're going to have half a mile of 5-foot mulch trail, at least 3 pocket parks. They're basically a 1/4 acre in size each. Obviously clubhouse and pool, which is sort of standard. We're going to commit to the 100-year storm event detention for our ponds here. That's a significant commitment. This project of this size, believe it or not, will have 15 plus stormwater ponds. So that's 15 ponds that will definitely be larger and a little bit more expensive to be constructed, but all 15 plus will be handling a 100-year event. And number 4, I've had some meetings with Planning Commission members. Obviously, we always meet a little bit beforehand, and a couple of members made some really compelling arguments on the affordable housing side, because we originally did not have any affordable component, but talked with my clients today, and we're okay with, we're going to designate 5% of the apartment units as being affordable per the city's UDO code, and that language is taken from city staff, exactly how they wanted it written. So that would be 20 to 22 possibly affordable units would be included with the development. On the design side, a commitment to windows on townhome end units, covered front stoops, which is something we've included on recent projects. 3 and 4 are mainly related to just making sure we don't have identical homes, adjacent or across the street from each other for some variety. At least 5% of the townhome buildings will be front loaded with rear parking, and at least 2 different townhome dwelling widths. So when you look at, the apartments are going to be 1, 2, and 3 bedroom for sure. At least 2 different townhome products, the single family products. You got some good variety, and we're hopeful with these extra conditions that this would be an appealing project for you, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you have. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Edens. Are any of the other individuals that signed up to speak, are they just part of your team, or are they interested in speaking?
Yeah, I believe they're here just for questions.
Great. Okay, thank you. So we will move to the individuals who signed up and listed themselves as opponents. And we usually have 10 minutes per side. And so Mr. Edens, you took about 5 minutes. We'll give 2 minutes to each of the speakers who signed up to speak in opposition. And then there's some additional time, Mr. Edens, if you would like to have it, to answer any additional questions or add any other context. We will start, and I'll just read the list so we can get everyone queued up. We have Adam Lamana, Ashley DeMadit, Garfield Cyrus, Lauren Thompson, Paige Polk, and Nicole Walton. So we will start with Adam Lamana, and we'll unmute your mic. And if you can give us your name and your address, and then you can have 2 minutes to speak. And I'll let you know when your time is wrapped up. And if you hit 2 minutes, we'll just ask that you finish your thought, and then we'll go to the next speaker.
All right, so this is Adam Lamana. I'm at 6 Pegram Court. That's in Brightleaf at the park. I assume that people can hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. So I'm at the development that's right next to this. I also happen to be, coincidentally, I'm here of my own accord, but I am on the board over on that property. This came to us through our management company. It became known to us that they're going to possibly want to build this. A bunch of people they've gotten in touch with me and said that they were against this, and for the following reasons. It's not so much that we wouldn't want to have more houses, potentially more kids and interactions, and more kids going to Spring Valley School, which is right down the road, down Northern Durham Parkway. The problem we're running into is the congestion with the traffic. So we are having issues already within our community and trying just to get out of this community to get on the different access points. So Sharon Road and out the front, there's two ways to Sharon, and out the front to 70. We also know there's been plans, they've been off and on from the NCDOT about what they're going to do with 70 and if they would indeed shut off our front access and what to do there. Northern Durham Parkway looks like it would be extended in this plans from what we just saw. We are already having problems with that and school and walking and kids. In fact, just yesterday we had a nasty accident. I don't know quite what happened, but someone blew through a stop sign from what I can tell and flipped a car. That is, in the early morning or no, I think it was the late morning, early part of the day yesterday. That's not the first one. We have tried to work with the city and county to get things in there, such as four-way stops and other things they're trying. But our big worry is that main road being a through road now, as well as whatever other roads may be through roads, the increased traffic, and with the kids walking to school, especially when it gets back in session, that's going to be an issue. We already know it is. We already have accidents. Yesterday's was not the first. It won't be the last, no matter what we do. So increased traffic is going to be a big deal. The homeowners here, as well as in a couple surrounding areas, are not going to be in favor because of that in particular.
Thank you, Mr. Lamanna. Next is Ashley DeMated.
Chair, I do not see Ashley DeMated on the list.
Okay, thank you. Next is Garfield Cyrus. And it looks like you are unmuted, so if you can give us your name and address, and then you can make your remarks, please.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes.
This is Mrs. Cyrus, Sonia Cyrus. We're having some audio problems here. Address is 1801 Sandoval Drive. And just to co-sign Adam's previous statement, very concerned around the architecture that's been proposed and how it will support the existing residents. And obviously safety is a big concern as well. So I just wanted to say we co-sign Adam's previous statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cyrus. Next is Lauren Thompson.
Hi, this is Lauren Thompson. I live on Cross Blossom Road, 237. And I'd also like to agree with what they said. One of the big concerns about this is traffic and safety, is there's already a lot of congestion. Living on Cross Blossom as well, that these would back up directly to our road. I do have a question, as my understanding was behind us there is a creek, and within that creek there has to be certain footage of land and trees and not being able to build within certain amount of feet of the creek. So I would like clarity and understanding of if this was to happen to pass, even though I'm opposed to it, what would that look like in terms of that creek being there, and would there be, a neighborhood backing up directly to Cross Blossom Road? The third piece being the wildlife. So we do have, coyotes and wildlife that live in the woods behind our house. And I'm just very concerned as a member of the community that if we start building more developments, it's going to push that wildlife into our developments and will actually start interacting more with us. What I don't want to see happen is that all these coyotes are getting misplaced and now they start roaming our neighborhoods and attacking people's animals or people themselves or children. So I'm pretty opposed to this because I think it would cause problems both with the traffic and the congestion, unless it could be that a lot of the woods could be kept and then maybe there's space for those animals to be kept and the traffic to maybe be adjusted appropriately.
Thank you. And that may be something that Mr. Edens can address your question either in his additional time, or one of us has the opportunity to ask follow-up questions as well. Next is Paige Polk.
Hello, my name is Paige Polk. My address is 1413 Doc Nichols Road. And I do want to co-sign what Adam said about safety and what Lauren said about the developments potentially and probably pushing wildlife into neighboring areas. Additionally, this land transition calls for an increased density housing throughout the entire land parcel. Like, there's no exception. And though there is designated recreation space in the proposal outside of the proposed area, I do wonder how this development team is going to account for the environmental and cultural impact of the shift. Many people who've purchased homes near this area did so because they wanted to live in low density housing. They wanted to have space. They wanted to be near farmland and be near nature. And one of the things that makes North Carolina and Durham so special is the hundreds of years old forests and wildlife that call this space home. This past year has been unprecedented because a lot of people are indoors because of COVID-19 and safety, but that's not forever. Many of us are going to be going outside more. Many of us want to be involved in the community in that way. And this development seems very involved. It's very impressive, but your proposed outlines about storm preparation and like increased population for the future, once people purchase homes, don't really address how this will contribute to the quality of life for people who are already invested in this community.
Thank you for your comments. And finally, we have Nicole Walton.
Hi, my name is Nicole Walton. I live at 1803 Sandoval Drive. I actually have a few questions. One, is there a better map available? Because what you mailed to us is very difficult to see even with reading glasses. So I'm not 100% positive where this will back up to our property on Sandoval. Two, there is a 100-year floodplain behind Sandoval Drive. Are you all proposing to get rid of this floodplain? Are you all building on the other side of this floodplain? Are you all building over near the electrical tower and the 5G tower and the radio tower? I'm trying to figure out where you all are going to put this development. And I also echo what Adam said about the current traffic, the density of the problems that we already have.
Thank you, Ms. Walton. That was it for people who signed up in advance, but do want to provide the opportunity for anyone else who would like to speak. So again, as a reminder, on your phone, you can press *9, and that way you can digitally raise your hand and we can identify you and recognize you so you can speak. So I'll just give it a moment. If anyone else would like to speak during the public hearing portion of this case, you can raise your hand. I don't see anyone else. Mr. Edens, if there is additional time, if there's anything else you would like to say during the public hearing portion.
Sure, I appreciate it. I was taking notes. I'll try to answer the questions that I can. Mr. Lamona mentioned, obviously traffic. And again, I lived out there 12 years. I know traffic is an issue. Access is an issue. Getting out on 70, trying to get back towards Raleigh, it can be impossible sometimes. But that's one thing I'd like to point out. I actually think that when this project is completed and Northern Durham Parkway is extended and our roads connect down to Leesville Road, if you want to go to Raleigh and you live in Brightleaf, you no longer have to go out on 70, make the U-turn and go that way. You would actually go through, we would cut through our project and connect to Leesville and get to Briar Creek much easier that way. So traffic flow may, in some ways, may be improved with our project. And I also just want to point out that we're doing a lot of off-site improvements, a lot. But again, as far as the extension of Northern Durham Parkway, I don't know that there's anything, because regardless of what is developed here, I think that road is on the transportation plan. That's going to have to be extended. no matter what we build, we would have to fill in the gap and build that road exactly the way it's built now. So I can't really speak to too much on Northern Durham Parkway. DOT's plans for 70, they are in flux, that's true, but we don't have an access planned for Highway 70. We're only accessing Leesville and through Brightleaf. So whatever does happen with that project, it shouldn't affect us in the future. Ms. Cyrus had mentioned, I guess, some of the same concerns, safety and whatnot. As far as what, there are some comments of wildlife. I can't speak too much to that. I mean, the code is going to require at least 20% of the property to be tree safe. On a 114 acre project, 20% is 25 acres or so, a significant amount. But, other than just straight conservation of the parcel, which is just not feasible really, I can't speak to the wildlife's concern other than the tree save that we'll be providing. And then one question about the 100-year floodplain, which I understand, flooding is a concern for sure, and in that area for sure, I agree. But that's also, as mentioned earlier, we're going to commit to the 100-year detention with our ponds. So any flooding in the areas, we will not be making that any worse. Again, that's I hope I answered what I could, but I'll answer any other questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edens. And again, no one who has spoken, no one who has not yet spoken has identified their interest to speak. So we're going to close the public hearing. We'll take back to the commissioners. And for those who are in attendance, often commissioners may ask some of our speakers for additional information. So if they do have any questions, they'll direct the question to the person and we can recognize you and turn off your microphone. We will start with Commissioner Miller. It looked like you had your hand up first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question is for Danny. When you showed your slides, you showed the site area as being 114 acres. Is it 114 or 140?
Let me pull up actually the staff report. I may have made a typo on the slide. I'll pull the staff report up so I can verify that. Oh, actually, I can pull up the development plan too. I have that on my screen.
Because your slide is small and wasn't up very long, I may have misread what I was saying.
It is 140.71 acres.
Well, that's what the staff report says, but I thought your slide said 113.579.
Got it. Let me.
So if that's what it said, it's not correct. Is that right?
Yeah, I'll have to open up the that as well again. I closed that one down just to make. Actually, 113.579. It should have been 140.579.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Very good eye.
Because it would make an impact on the density computation if it was.
No, that is correct. Yeah.
So this is a question for Jared Edens or whoever in your team can answer it best. So if I understand it, we're going to do 5% of the apartment units, and you've put your unit numbers as maximum, giving you some leeway to do fewer units as long as you don't exceed the maximums. I think that's wise. If you create 20 to 22 affordable units, who will manage those units and what will be the duration of them? Help me understand how you manage affordable units in an apartment complex where some of the units are affordable and some are not. How do you manage? I mean, do you just say these units are always affordable and it's units 1 through 22, or is it does it depend on who's moving in and who's moving out? Will the affordable units be the same as other units? Because I know you're going to have in your townhouses, you have 2 unit sizes. So, but you didn't mention how big your apartment units are going to be. So help me understand what these units, which one will be the affordable units and how will you manage them? Somebody's got to manage the affordability thing for the duration of their affordability.
Yeah, I'm admittedly not an expert in it, obviously. I'll answer it best I can. So my understanding, it's a 30-year term for the affordability. It's a 30-year restriction. The apartment units, I couldn't tell you the breakdown between 1, 2, and 3. I'm sure they'll be distributed amongst the 3. They will not be blocked off or located in, in separate areas or anything. They're distributed, evenly throughout the buildings. I think the code even speaks to making sure that the affordable units are distributed. Management-wise, I know the city is involved with the accounting. So on some sort of annual basis, we have to do an accounting with the city to make sure we're hitting the 60% AMI levels and the other requirements they have for documentation.
But somebody's got to
they look just the same as the other units, so that they're no different, same market rate, no different at all.
Right, that's good. But somebody's got to, somebody at the time of leasing has to make determinations about eligibility to make sure that the people who are living in the affordable units are in fact the target audience for them. And I mean, affordability has special management considerations that have to be handled for 30 years. And I was wondering who's going to do that? Who's going to own these units? And who are they going to hire? And are the people they hire as managers going to be able to manage affordability so that it can pass the city's annual audit? And the reason I'm asking, because this is a fairly novel question in my experience in terms of bringing in market affordable units. So I'm very interested to know how it'll work.
Right. So as far as eligible individuals, I would imagine the city, I'm sure, has lists of individuals who would be available on the apartment developer and operator. We've got to work with the city and identify some of those individuals. The management, and as far as, over the years, one of the reasons we chose the apartments is because the apartment builders, generally speaking, are better set up and more used to an affordable housing component with what they're doing, especially the ones from north, DC area and north that are working here now. It's something they're used to seeing. So that's part of the reason we chose the apartments, because the for sale builders it hasn't really leaked into this area that much yet. So we're confident in the management of it between the city's accountability and just having an apartment developer who they generally know how to do it. I think we should be covered.
So have you identified an actual developer for the apartment segment of the project?
No, we actually don't have end users for any of the uses. That's all still under consideration.
Okay, I saw Mr. Anderson there, and I thought maybe you had got Pulte involved, but maybe not. So can the city help me on? Hey, Karen, can you help me on how this will be managed if we approve this project with these commitments? We have a CASA project coming up, and I know that they have experience, but this is a market proffer. I just really want to understand how we do this.
And my apologies, Commissioner Miller. This is Karen Lauder, Community Development. I'm joining late, so I don't know which item we're on.
Oh, okay, let me catch you up. So this is the Parcel K. We've got, it's a big parcel, 140 acres. It's going to be residential. It's going to have towns, single family detached, and apartments, totaling about 830 some units. There will be 200 and some, well, no, more than that, 400 apartment units, and the developer has proffered 5% of the apartment units to be affordable within the city's definition of affordability. And my question is when we have kind of a market proffer here, how do we understand at this point, at the approval point, how the affordability aspect of leasing these apartments will be managed going forward? And I put that to Mr. Edens, and he said that that the developer who hasn't actually been the actual developer hasn't been identified yet, but they would be working with the city and what have you to make sure that the units would be, the leasing of the units would be handled in a way to make sure that we were satisfying the affordability requirement. And so I know you have thought this through, even though we have not had a great deal of this. What is the city's vision for how these market affordable affordable units provided by market developers will be managed for the 30-year term?
So, yes, sir. So we have asked, and I believe the developer has agreed, that the developer agreed to follow the city's rules and procedures for the affordable housing bonus. And in this case, what this would mean is that there would actually be a contract between the developer and the owner for the affordable units. We would monitor the property on an annual basis to ensure that the affordable units were in fact being provided, that they were being provided to an income eligible tenant, that the tenant's income was being calculated appropriately, and that the rent was being calculated appropriately.
But so in terms of the actual leasing and who the tenant sees and who vets the tenant, all that's going to be done by the management company, not
all that is done. Correct. All that is done by the management company. What we vet is that the tenant is income eligible. And the tenant in any property, whether it's affordable or mixed income, the owner of the property and the property manager have a set of criteria that they use to vet their tenants.
So there is some sort of contract with the city concerning this offer?
There is
and the reason I'm asking that is I haven't actually had a chance to read the actual proffer. It was flashed up on the screen, but I was trying desperately to write down all the proffers as they were displayed, and I just didn't take it in, and I can't refer back to it now because it was a slide briefly shown.
I mean, I would defer to Ms. Smith or another colleague from the planning department on the specifics of the proffer, but I know that when we were consulted, the request that we made, and I believe the developer agreed to, was to have units comply with the rules and procedures for the affordable housing bonus. Because that gives us a consistent framework for managing all of these units that are being developed by private sector partners.
That is correct, Karen Lotto, that is correct. Grace Smith here with the Planning Department. The applicant is on the call, and Mr. Coulter can show the proffer again. I'm sorry that it was too fast for everyone to read, but we can certainly bring it up.
Too fast for me, not necessarily everyone.
Others may have missed it as well, so we don't mind bringing it back up on the screen, but that is correct. The applicant adjusted their voluntary proffer and took into consideration the city's position on how these properties would be managed and into the future.
It's listed as number 4 here.
Right, I see it. Thank you for showing it again. I do appreciate it.
Sure. And let me blow it up just a little bit more too. I think
would it be possible at some point for somebody who actually has this document to send it to us in an email? Because I'd like to be able to refer to it if I need to when I make my comments.
We can do that.
Commissioner Miller, I'll be happy to send it to everyone.
You're very kind. So Karen, you mentioned that there would be some sort of an agreement between the developer and the city. That doesn't. I don't see a reference to that in here. You talked about
that is. So that is built into the rules and procedures of the affordable housing bonus.
Right, I remember when we saw those.
Right, and it states that they have to comply with the application process, which requires the execution of the contract.
All right, good.
Before they can receive certificate of compliance.
All right, excellent. Let me ask you this, and this is a concern that I have expressed over time with staff. You know, before my time on the Planning Commission and during my time on the Planning Commission, I have watched what has happened in Chapel Hill with regard to commitments for affordability. And if I'm not mistaken, and I don't pretend to know exactly what has happened, that in at least a couple of instances, properties where the applicant developer made those promises and then gotten their projects approved, have then turned the properties over. In other words, they've sold the properties one way or another to new developers who do not feel bound by the original developers' commitments, and that the courts have actually sided with the developers who have come later. Are you confident that the system that we're creating here will be enforceable on successive property owners over the 30-year life of the affordability promise?
We will be placing a restrictive covenant on the property as part of our agreement. And so that restrictive covenant does transfer with the property, as does the contractual obligations.
Well,
So,
restrictive covenants do not automatically run with the land. And even declaring that they run with the land does not make them run with the land. The law decides what runs with the land. And so I'm very nervous about these things when we do it outside what is contemplated in the charter with regard to city incentivized affordability, even in these private sector partners, as you call them.
well, the legal regime, and I will not pretend to understand land use law and property law, but will I say that the mechanisms that we are using, we would use for this property would be identical to the mechanisms that we would use for any property that came through using the affordable housing incentives.
I appreciate that, but it's the lack of the incentive that makes me worry. And we beat this to death, and everybody's been patient and kind. Thank you very much. I'm glad to see that that we've done as much as we have. I'm still concerned about how strong these things are when properties turn over. 30 years is a long time. Finally, I have a couple of questions, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
You may.
And this is to Mr. Edens. Jared, when you and I spoke earlier about this project, I told you that I was concerned that I couldn't approve a project this big with no design commitments. There are now some design commitments. As you know, I have always cared about with design commitments, commitments regarding the materials to be used in the units. And I noticed that these commitments don't really talk about limiting materials. The materials list, as I recall, is pretty much everything. And then also, it really matters to me whether or not units are front-loaded in terms of their garage openings, and whether or not the street facades of residential units are dominated by essentially garage doors. Can you offer me some assurance here? And did you talk about this with your developer clients as to whether or not we can make some commitments here that could soften the possibility that this could be another street of residential units that just present garage doors to the street?
Yeah, so as far as materials go, I mean, it is a varied list, and we've always honestly sought flexibility with that, because as projects evolve, builders change. We could have a builder sitting here today and have a different builder 3 months from now. So that's the main purpose for the lack of specificity on the materials. And I don't know that today I'm in any better spot to clarify that further. As far as the townhomes and the appearance on the street, obviously the rear entry units are not going to have the problem you cite about, just seeing garage door after garage door. But other than, committing to more rear units, that a lot of the typical townhomes that are built in the market, have that single car or double car garage front. So you're
I know they do. And I just worry that we've done too much of it, and that it doesn't make desirable places to live for people over long periods of time. And I'm a strong believer that when we approve residential developments, whole neighborhoods, that we, at the time of approval, since that's our last chance, our first chance and our last chance to get it right, that we create communities that will be desirable to residents for literally for decades. I mean, our predecessors from time to time have done very good jobs at this, and I believe it's our obligation to try to do it too. And when a style or a facade or an appearance is automobile dominated rather than more human in its scale, and I think that we are falling short. So garage doors matter to me.
Thanks, Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Durkin, you're next.
Thanks. So I have a clarification question on the affordable housing piece. So you're not using the density bonus, but you're subjecting yourself to everything other than the minimum 15% affordable units? I guess.
Yeah, I appreciate that question because the referral to a bonus was insinuating. I mean, yeah, we are not seeking a density bonus on top of the affordability. We're just complying with the rules in that section, but we're not going to seek additional units on top of it in exchange.
Okay, so and roughly 5% of the apartment units, based on those numbers, is I think roughly 2% of the units overall, which is not a sufficient amount of affordable units on a project of this scale for me to support this project. So I will be voting no on that basis. I also have concerns about the environmental piece that some of the neighbors raised and the open question of the heritage survey and not having an answer to that. So if you want to just speak to that and the status of how your plan is handling that, that would be appreciated. And just as a side note for Commissioner Miller, it's very normal to have one management company, one management agreement in a building that has different affordability requirements, market and affordable units. So that would not be, again,
Thank you.
at all.
It's just outside my experience.
Not outside mine, so happy to answer your question. That was it. Thanks.
Okay, so I guess I'll speak briefly to and I realize that 5% of the apartments is 2% of the overall project. It might not be what you'll be looking for. I also think it's a step in the right direction, though. And I think when you talk about affordability, I think, supply and demand is definitely a real thing. The TBJ had an article recently on I think we're down to 14-month supply in the local market of housing. This project represents 800 some units, which I would imagine when it comes online would be a pretty significant percentage of the available units that Durham may have in its inventory. So I can appreciate needing more affordable units, but I also think that the number of units themselves also increases or adds to the affordability, generally speaking, just by the numbers. As far as the heritage, our landscape architect in my office is actually a horticulturist, 35 years experience. He walked the site to look for and I don't, forgive me for not remembering the exact, the honeysuckle or the different species mentioned. The one species we found, but it was in the upland areas where we're going to be grading, right in the middle of the property. And those were considered invasive, so they'll be removed with the grading. And the other mention, I just remember, we did not see it in our stream buffer areas. We did see it somewhat north of the property. If you'll notice that report, it includes a larger area than the Parcel K boundary we have, because at that time we were considering an adjacent, I think 40, 50, 60 acres in addition to this. So that report includes property that's actually not part of the development. And I think most of that, of the Japanese species mentioned, is located off-site north of the property. So I didn't speak to it in the application because I knew it would come up, but I do think we've addressed it by visiting the site, and I don't see it as a major issue.
Any follow-up, Commissioner Durkin? Well, we can't hear you, Commissioner Durkin.
Oh, is that better?
That's better.
I'm trying new technology tonight and it may be working. Just one point on the supply and demand issue. And I do agree it's a step, but it's like a tiny baby step in the right direction. And I want to demand more. I want to expect more of a place like Durham that puts affordable housing out there as one of the biggest priorities of our city council, of a lot of our residents, of our planning commission. And I'm just going to start having higher standards. And that's why I think 2% is insufficient.
Thanks, Commissioner Durkin. Commissioner Baker?
Yeah, thank you. I agree with the comments of Commissioner Miller and Commissioner Durkin. I think we often face really difficult cases. And before I very briefly saw a flash of the commitments that were made, this was a very, very easy no for me. I still want to take a closer look at those commitments whenever they show up in my mailbox. I'm still leaning no, but there were some good things in there that I think a lot of us liked to see. One of the big things I think when I first saw this case that I was thinking about was the mix of housing types on the site. This rezoning proposes the three housing types: the single-family homes, townhomes, multifamily homes, and we're often asking developers to provide variety. And it's not just us; it's the comprehensive plan that says that we should be providing a variety of housing types. The current comprehensive plan. So this is good, and the density that the applicant talked about is good. And usually when we're talking about a variety of housing types, we are looking at sites that are 5 acres, 10 acres, maybe even up to 20-acre properties. And we're looking for really physically and functionally integrated mixes of housing. This is a huge property. As Commissioner Miller pointed out earlier, it's 140 acres. And just to put that into perspective, take the downtown Durham loop and multiply that by 2.5. And that is the size of this site. So what I'm anticipating from what has been proposed in this rezoning case is not a functionally and physically integrated mix of housing. I'm expecting it'll probably be isolated pods of multifamily over here, single family over there, townhouses over there. And I'm not sure that's quite what we're looking for on such a large site. I think also you could make an argument that functionally there is just one housing type, and that is the housing type where you can only access the housing pretty much 100% by car. It's 100% car dependent residential development. So when we talk about supply and demand, we shouldn't just talk about supply and demand of a housing product as though it's like a box of cereal. They're within neighborhoods, and we need to be talking about supply and demand of neighborhoods. And we are building one type of neighborhood over the past year, 2 years, 5 years, and that is auto-dominated, auto-only neighborhoods. And I think that not only are people demanding more variety of neighborhood types, they are the environment and I think our fiscal situation is demanding more types of living arrangements in neighborhoods. So there really are not civic uses. There are no commercial uses to meet the daily needs of residents. There are no employment uses. There's absolutely nothing to walk to. There's nothing to bike to. Good luck trying to catch the bus. And we've been seeing more developers recently who have been at least kind of taking baby steps. This applicant, I think, mentioned sort of taking a baby step forward. And I just think that I probably agree with Commissioner Durkin on this, that, it's time for us to stop taking baby steps on everything. We've been seeing developers propose, maximum 600-foot block lengths. There isn't one of those here. We've been seeing more developers make commitments to mid-block alleys because of the benefits those provide to walkable development. We're really not seeing that in this proposal, and there's not anything required in the zoning. We've been seeing developers make commitments to centralizing and celebrating some focal green spaces that's called for in the comprehensive plan. It's not in this proposal, although there are some pocket parks that I think I saw in the list of commitments. And we've been seeing some developers make commitments to address some of the building frontage issues that Commissioner Miller brought up, to ensure safety and promote eyes on the street. And I think in the last minute commitments, I saw something about stoops and that 95% of townhomes and single-family homes would have front-loaded garages, but maybe 5% wouldn't. So, you know, we're living in a climate crisis. We need to drastically reduce carbon emissions, and we need to build in an energy and weather and fiscally sustainable manner. I saw something about electric car stations, something or other, and that just doesn't quite cut it for me. It doesn't quite make the effect that I'm looking for. We've seen a few developers, and this isn't the first time actually that we've seen the market rate affordable proposal, and I think Commissioner Durkin covered my feeling on the commitment that's made there. It's a good baby step, but it's not quite enough. So, you know, I really think that one day, even in our lifetimes, maybe, you know, Durham will become built out. And I think that future generations won't have the luxury of 140 acres that are contiguous forests that they can bulldoze and build upon. You know, all of the large contiguous buildable lands in the county will eventually be built upon. And so, you know, surely we continue to allow development like that's being proposed. You know, I think when that day comes, there aren't going to be any more, you know, contiguous parcels left that are available for future generations, and you know they're going to kind of look back on now and say, you know, what happened. So I don't think that we should leave it to them to fix it. I think that we should get it right the first time. So those are my thoughts.
Thanks, Commissioner Baker. Commissioner Williams, you're next.
Thank you, Chair Busby. I'm going to be extremely brief on this matter. I'm 100% against this. Not only does it not meet the standards of what we're looking for in terms of protecting the environment, it does not meet the standard by far in addressing the affordable housing issue that we are facing in Durham and have been facing in Durham. And I think the attachment of this 5% offering of affordable housing is something just to shade the fact that you're really just trying to build a massive development because it's easier to build it in Durham and have access to Briar Creek. That's actually the reason why this is being presented to us, because I hear it a lot that it's easier to build in Durham than it is to build in Wake County. So that's why developers come here as much as they do. And as a planning commission, we're actively turning that around because, as Commissioner Baker said, it is our responsibility to protect the assets that we hope to pass on to our children, our grandchildren, and so on and so forth. So with that being said, one of my major issues is actually the community that this will impact. And just by saying that we're not going to put an access onto Highway 70, then this will be improved because you can cut through your neighborhood to get to Leesville Road. Well, I have an issue with that because you've got Doc Nichols, you've got Leesville Road, you've got Carpenter Pond, and you've got Olive Branch, all of which are heavily density areas. And most of those roads are 2-lane roads. They're also outside of Durham. So we're gonna put further stress on the area that's already impacted, not to mention stress residents in Durham with a development that they can see is going to cause more problems to their current living situations. Quality of life, children playing in the neighborhood, always a concern for me. And with that, I vote a resounding no.
Thanks, Commissioner Williams. I'm going to stick with commissioners speaking for the first time, and then I'll circle back to Commissioner Miller and anyone else. Commissioner Amendolia, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. I first have a question for staff before my comments. And this is kind of more for my personal edification. But let's say in 5 or 10 years, we've approved this case and the developer is not offering the 5% affordable units. What happens then? What's the enforcement mechanism?
This is Danny Coulter, the planning staff. I don't know how they could not offer that. If it's bound by the text commitments, they would be bound to actually go through with those required contracts. And they have to do that prior to a certificate of occupancy on these.
Right, but if they have received a certificate of occupancy and then several years later they choose to no longer offer these units as affordable? Is that something that could happen? And what then happens if they made that choice?
That is a good question, but again, I think Ms. Lito, as she alluded to, they monitor this once every year, so they are bound by that. I don't know the legal ramifications of that, but I know there has to be some type of legal mechanism that would trip for that.
Danny, I might be able to help, and Commissioner Amendolia, if you mind. This is Michael Suck with Planning Department, and Karen Lotto had stepped away, so I'm going to speak a little bit on her behalf. But the way the definition of affordability is that would apply to this project, or using the density bonus or any other affordability for rental units. Oh, Karen's back, and I'll let Karen listen to what I have to say, and then she can correct me or whatever, or she'll maybe pat me on the back and say, "You did it right, Mike." But what it starts out with, they have they've identified the units to start out with, and then what the definition does is try not to put stress on the as much on the resident of the unit per se. So if the resident of the unit actually gets more income and loses out on not being 60% area median income anymore, doesn't qualify, they could still possibly stay in that apartment. And then the next unit that becomes leasable has to be the affordable unit. So it alters. So it allows that flexibility to happen within the apartment complex, instead of only unit A is always going to be affordable no matter what. And if you're no longer qualifying for it, sorry, family, you have to go. So that's generally how it works. And if Karen, you want to jump in and add anything more, be happy to step aside.
No, that was great. We've trained you well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'll just make a few brief comments. Like other commissioners have mentioned, when I first looked at this case, I was a clear and obvious no. The additional proffers tonight helped push me closer to a possible yes, but it is still not sufficient for me to support this case. And I want to echo Commissioner Baker's points about discussing supply and demand. You know, a lack of affordable housing is both a supply and a demand issue. Just fixing the supply side does not solve the problem. And when we build these developments out, we are also making a statement about the types of people and the incomes of people that we want to be able to live in these communities. And by not offering more of an income variety, we are saying that you need to make a certain level of income to live in this community. And you also probably need to have a car, which again, does not lead to overall affordability. You know, based upon the discussion this night and, you know, it just not being quite enough, I will also be voting no on this case. Thank you all.
Thanks, Commissioner Amendolia. Commissioner Cease?
Thank you. Just a quick question for the applicant. One of the design commitments that was flashed on the screen reference to the addition of a 5-foot multi-use path in the recreational area, mulch path, I believe it was. Can you elaborate on the origins of that as a new commitment, especially relative to the responses to some of the bike ped commission comments and responses?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how we didn't offer it in relation to those comments. I know that it was just something we, you know, during design and sketch work is something we thought we could include in the project. So again, it was just an effort to add specificity as much as anything else, but it wasn't really related to any bike ped comments or issues.
Well, okay, thank you for that. I appreciate the interest in adding specificity, but I think there are ample other areas, both on the development plan and with regards perhaps to some of the text commitments, where a lot more specificity would be helpful in understanding what's being proposed. I have a lot of concerns, some of which are tied to comments we've already heard from some of the other commissioners. I simply think that the project, although it is a good location for kind of regional infill relative to some locational benefits and access in the region, having 140 acres with so little clarity with regards to what may be placed where, particularly with the multifamily being identified as allowed anywhere in the buildable area. And then secondly, not having anything other than residential, I think makes this more uniform in terms of the resultant environment and what it could be. There's a tremendous opportunity if this site is to be developed that I think the PDR, at least in the way it's encapsulated in the current application, doesn't begin to tap into. So I won't be supporting it either. And that's all I have for now.
Thanks, Commissioner Cease. Vice Chair Kenshin.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things I think that could be improved in the plan. I do think it's a good location, and we need density in Durham. I agree with the applicant that if we don't have more density, then we're going to push further away from affordability. And there's some good elements of this plan. I want to appreciate the affordability. I think we'd love for it to be 100% affordable. You know, we've been trying for a long time to get more affordability in Durham. We've had no success with the affordable housing density bonus. With very little success, I would say. And I just appreciate, you know, I know it's not what we want, but I don't want to just dismiss the fact that you're saying I'll take 5% of my apartments and make it affordable. I appreciate that as a resident. Wish we could do more, but I just think I just want to say thank you. And also thanks for all the commitments too. It's not perfect. I mean, I wish we could just have everything we wanted all in one plan. Affordability, walkable, bikeable, mixed use. I mean, I just wish we could do that, but you know, the reality is not always the case. But I just wanted to say I appreciate the developers trying to work with us and give us some commitments. We ask for things all the time, and I think you made a good faith effort to give us a lot of what we asked for. And I do appreciate. I wish it was more than 5%, but I don't want to be flippant about it and say, you know, I appreciate if every developer came here and gave 5%, I would be happy. I think we would be one more step closer to being where we want to be in Durham. So I just want to say thank you for that. And I appreciate want more, but I appreciate the steps we can take to get there.
Yeah. Thanks, Vice Chair Kenshin. Commissioner Lanfried.
Thank you. I will also be voting no on this project, echoing many of the excellent comments from my fellow commissioners. One of my chief concerns is the sustainability of this type of development. It is not, Durham is going very, very far down this path of just building sprawling development after sprawling development. And our transportation infrastructure is obviously strained already. We cannot simply widen these rural roads to accommodate more and more cars. We are losing tree cover at an astounding rate. And meanwhile, the city, makes a big deal about how many trees we're planting, but the rate at which we're planting these trees is pathetic compared to the rate at which we're cutting them down. And it's a lot harder to grow a new tree than it is to just keep one that exists already. So I have a lot of concerns. This developer, it is not your fault that we have these systemic issues. And I also want to echo Vice Chair Kenshin's appreciation for the 5% commitment. Many developers come here and have proposals approved and they do not make a similar commitment. So it is no small thing, but that doesn't mean we should not expect more. But my main comment that I want to make is to the citizens who came to the meeting tonight. I'm not sure if you're still on the call, but I will say, to be honest, that I think this Planning Commission is more willing to vote no on this type of development than we have found the City Council to be, and that they often approve developments that we have spent a large amount of time discussing serious concerns about. But I do think that City Council is more likely to be responsive to neighborhood and citizen concerns that are raised when the development comes before them. So I highly encourage you, if you continue to have concerns, to bring them before the city council and to organize with your neighbors and encourage them to come as well. Because to be honest, I'm not sure that we're really being heard in these meetings as far as city council's consideration of our feedback. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller, we'll circle back to you for a second time.
You're very kind. What I'd like to do is use this as an opportunity to address some of the questions that some of the neighbors asked, especially the two that I thought we could fairly easily do by actually showing the development plan. I know some of the neighbors were concerned about how stream buffers were going to work, and another neighbor asked what was actually going where, and their answers to these questions on the development plan. So if somebody could actually share that screen, I don't know if all the neighbors are signed in so that they can see it, but I thought maybe we could pull that development plan screen up and talk about at least what's going where and how the stream buffers work, especially against the two streets that the neighbors mentioned. One was Cross Blossom and the other one was, help me here, I wrote it down, but I can't find my note, Sandoval. Can we show that again? Can somebody pull that up for me?
Excuse me, Commissioner Miller, I'm working on that right now.
I know you are, thank you. So while Danny's working on that, I have another question for perhaps Grace. Grace, some time ago, I believe it was before the end of 2020, maybe it was immediately following, at a meeting, the staff told us you were undertaking some sort of planning process for this whole, what we've been calling the Searles Basin, where the lift station was. And I wanted to confirm that this Parcel K is in that planning area. And can you describe what this planning exercise is and how far along it is and what its goals are?
So the staff is, you're correct, the staff is in the process of working on, we've actually named that that project now. It's called the Southeast Durham Focus Area, so SEDFA. Not a small area plan, but a focus area. And so, we're in the early stages of getting that off the ground. In fact, most of the PUD staff is on the call tonight because of the comp plan. So you'll probably hear a little bit about that later. At any rate, yeah, we are in the process of working on that now. And this project, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it is in that area, but not in the, it's kind of in the, I would say, on the periphery of the area. It's not in the Olive Branch area per se of that area where we seem to get so much attention. But yeah, so that plan is in process. Did I answer your question? What else was your question? I'm sorry.
No, this is, so I'll throw this out and I'll ask your comment on it. So this is my perception of how we've gotten where we are. This is an interesting geological area of Durham in that it's a basin. And to get especially sewer out of it, you have to essentially lift it. You have to pump it up and then over the ridges that surround the basin. And it's not just this parcel, it's a lot of parcels. And we have had a lot of rezoning requests that in this area that have concerned the Planning Commission. And the reason that we have is that the city's made this huge investment in putting in this lift station. And in doing that has targeted the area for development. Naturally, the development community is responding to that. But what all these projects have caused us to realize is that it's a very rural area. It's served by essentially country roads, and there's lots of empty wooded area. And an area like this, I thought that the survey that was done by the natural heritage people was interesting because they found essentially old furrows on the ground inside the forest the last time it was plowed, whenever that was. many decades ago. And so, I mean, that's what obtains all around here. And so as we look at these projects to bring in suburban residential development, we keep observing is we've got roads that can't manage it. There's, as Nate was saying, there's no place to go because we have not identified a sensible commercial node. Anybody who buys in here has to go buy groceries at some distance. They have to get in their car and drive not just a short distance to buy groceries. They have to drive far enough so that in the summer they have to time their grocery visit so that the ice cream doesn't melt on the way home. And we haven't planned for public amenities like parks and those kinds of things. And it's my hope that addressing this focus area exercise, we can get planning ahead of development. Instead of developing and then planning, we can plan and then develop. So I think having this exercise to look at the area, not just in terms of the sewer lift station, but all the other things that make a good community and separate sensible and well-planned suburban expansion of the city of Durham from sprawl means that we work really hard on this and do a good job. And then when we go back and fill in these residential developments, we'll have answers to our questions like, where will the people go? How will they get there? Where will they shop? Where will they dine? Where will their doctor's offices be? Where will they play? So to me, that matters. On the other hand, I'm not going to be doctrinaire about it. This property, unlike the property, as you said, on Olive Branch Road, which is right in the middle and is for Durham, that's as close to wilderness as we have to offer. This is more on the edge. This is closer to Briar Creek. We've talked about this. This is right near Highway 70. However, I'm very concerned about how it will connect with 70 when the North Carolina Department of Transportation turns 70 into a limited access freeway. And I sympathize with the neighbors who would like to know the answer to that question before this project is approved, but it doesn't seem likely that we will. So that's why I asked this question. I think that I don't want to make decisions as a planning commission member that will undermine the planning efforts that we've undertaken. And we are asked to do that over and over again. The development community doesn't stop and wait, but we can stop and wait if we're thoughtful about it. And I'm not sure that this is a stop and wait project, but it is a point I want to throw out there because I know this planning commission is going to get lots of more applications on fairly large parcels in this basin area. Now, Danny has now got this, the development plan shown. Danny, is there a way that you can show the part of the development plan that's closest to the Brightleaf neighbors? That would be the top of that. We're in Rollingdale now, by the way, Danny.
Yep, I had both of them side by side. I clicked on the wrong one, sorry.
So the neighbors were asking, what's going to go where? Danny, can you tell them what's going to go where?
Well, as far as
what kind of housing type is going to go in what's kind of pocket? Tell them what that gray shaded area is.
The gray shaded areas are the riparian buffers.
And when you say riparian buffers, tell them what that means.
Riparian
buffers on streams.
They're streams, and they have to have protected riparian buffers on either side of the stream, center line of the stream, or stream bank. And no development can go within those gray areas.
All right.
So there is a pocket to the north that's shown, and here that they're actually identifying multifamily development here, and they're also indicating multifamily development here.
So explain to them what multifamily means.
That could be townhouses or apartments.
Right. Now show them. Let's kind of scroll down and talk about how these other kind of pockets are identified.
Yeah, and the pockets are actually created basically by the stream buffers. They kind of and the development boundaries, the parcel boundaries. So there's a pocket here that wraps around, and then just wraps around all the way around, and then you have this section that goes out to Leesville Road, which will be a collector street.
Right. So on this map, can you pointed out where some multifamily will go? Is the type of development that will go in these other pockets shown on this map?
They don't appear to have those identified as in the indication of unit types, but they have called out these upper regions as multifamily envelopes.
And that means towns or apartments.
That is correct.
And so, so if you'd scroll down again, because I think what they're most interested in is the area closest to them. So
there is another one over here that is called out in this area as a multifamily building and parking envelope. And this one is called out as multifamily building and parking envelope area as well. So there are, and another one over here. So they do have multifamily.
Yeah, I thought they had at least pointed out where the multifamily will
They do have those defined and all throughout the development plan. So it looks like it will be interspersed with the single family development.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, those are the things that I wanted to cover, but I kind of wanted to add, I want to vote in favor of this project. I can't do it tonight, but I don't think we're very far. The developers shown themselves to be willing to listen to the kinds of things we've been talking about that would make this a project that we could vote for. If there's a way to take a little time and to fine tune some of these comments. I'm not a purist. I don't demand 100%. I think a lot of really good comments were made. Some of these things the developer, I think, could address without a whole lot of skin off their nose. And so I would love to see if the developer would be willing to wait a cycle or two and come back with a set of a clearer map. When I say clear, I'm not saying this map isn't clear, but a map that defines a little bit better how units might be positioned and integrated on the property, and maybe a longer list of text commitments, maybe having addressed some of the concerns we talked to them about individually with a 5% of the apartments. Maybe they'll think about it and say we could squeeze a few more affordable units. Because I would like to vote in favor of this. I think that Ms. Landfried has said that the council is inclined to approve. This is an opportunity for us not to just say no, but to see if we can work with the developer to make it to a point where we can vote yes and influence the council that way. I would like to do that. It depends upon the developer going back to the drawing board and working on this a little bit more. Jared, would your clients be willing to consider that?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I appreciate the opportunity. If it's not a long delay, I think a 1 month delay to iron out a couple issues would probably be okay. I mean, some of the concerns brought up, I don't know that we'll have any different approach, next time on some of the concerns.
Well, that's fair enough. I get that.
Some of them we can probably clarify some things as far as building location and whatnot. I know it's misleading or confusing with the multifamily envelope, the way it's drawn, because it makes you think you could have apartments, which technically you could. We could probably clarify that better. There was never an intention for apartments to be anywhere away from 70 where the visibility is for the apartment.
Well, and I get that. And that isn't my only concern. It just happened to be something I was talking about when I posed this to you, because I'm not guaranteeing that with a little tweaking of where apartments go gets my vote. And I certainly can't speak for the other commission members. They may not be interested in what I'm talking about. But I am interested in using the vehicle of the Planning Commission and the process that we're involved in to make better development and to influence the community and the elected officials. And so if your clients are willing, I certainly am willing to continue to work on this. The reason I said 2 cycles is because the staff has always asked us for that kind of cooperation. I don't think they want to get a whole bunch of changes and then especially with a crowded agenda that we have before us for this spring, have to stop those projects and come back to this one in a hurry. So I throw that out there for your consideration. I thank you for your interest in it. And then I will listen to what the other commission members say. And if if the staff wants to chime in on that, I'm just throwing it out there as an idea, Mr. Chairman. I'm not making a motion.
And I just quickly, Chair, I'm sorry. Again, and some of the items we could address, I don't know that we would come back with a different, just for example, a different affordable percentage. So
fair enough. But it's a chance to talk about
frontage issues and the garage issues and things are probably some things we could address, but I can't promise we would address everything. But again, we would want to limit it to just a 1 month delay, just because, as I mentioned earlier, this project's been in cycle over a couple of years, got held up a good bit when DOT was figuring out what they were going to do with 70. So we're sort of hurting for time.
2 years. What's another 2 months? Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jared.
Yeah, and Commissioner Morgan, you've been very patient. Before we get to you, I did see Ms. Smith come on the screen, and I do want to give you the opportunity to address the feasibility of a 1 month continuance. I know that is not much time for staff to get what you need to be in next month's packet. So is that what you were going to talk about?
I think I hit my camera by accident, to be honest.
That was my backup choice.
But no, I would put this out there though while you have me. If you want the dates so that you can have those for motions, if that's what you're thinking. If you do a 1 month continuance, it would be to the April 13th meeting. If you do a 2 cycle or 2 month continuance, it would be May 11th.
Thank you. Commissioner Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. I just was trying to play with the mute button here a little bit. One of the things I've also kind of noticed is I kind of echo Commissioner Miller's concern about just giving it a little bit more time. The other thing that we're doing in this area, since I do live in the Del Webb community in that area, there is a real strong interest with the folks from the arbors, courtyards, as well as Fendel Farms, which they are organizing more things. And I think the concern is these developments are actually being built, and then yet there should be the inclusion of the Southeast Durham small area plan. So if we do delay it by a couple months, it would give us an opportunity. I know Scott's getting that started, and there are going to be a number of residents doing there. I kind of echo Commissioner Lanfried's concern about transportation. It seems like we do.
Commissioner Morgan, you just cut out. We still can't hear you. Yeah, we still sort of.
Yeah,
my
battery went dead on my earpiece. But anyway, what's going on there is interest in doing that, and so I think getting that started also. I think there is needs with transportation, and if we allow for sort of a cut through, there's going to be increased traffic. Already on Leesville, there's already sort of a bottleneck there with getting onto Route 70 from Leesville, and with more cars going through this could be rather challenging. So it would be good I would agree with Commissioner Miller's concern about delaying this, and that we could probably catch up with some of the things that are going on in the community and iron that out, because I do think that there are some things we could do that I think it'd be great to include. And I know even when talking to the applicant a little bit, there is opportunity for some commercial and other types of ideas. So I think that if we could bounce some of those things around, I know you can't all do it all in one application, but at least maybe we can get a better idea and vision as to what's going to go on in this area. So those are my comments.
Thanks, Commissioner Morgan. And I'll just say, I know we'll then have a motion here just for other commissioners. I am normally a fan of continuing cases. In this case, the only reason I would vote to agree to a one cycle continuance would just be in the interest of transparency. The fact that all of the proffers this evening were put in front of us, the general public, it's just been on a screen very briefly. I think there's a lot of value to that. And so I am concerned about just adding to our caseload. We're already 2 hours into this meeting, so we're gonna have to take a break as soon as this first case is done. But you know, at the same time, I wanna be very clear that I'm planning to vote no on this case this evening. I would echo a lot of the thoughts that other folks have said. Like Vice Chair Kenshin said, I really appreciate many of these proffers. In a smaller case, potentially, I would vote yes. The stormwater, the infrastructure is really important, the pocket parks, a lot of the other things, but I do have concerns about some of the lack of specificity and the size and fitting in with the neighboring area. But I want to be very clear, based on what the applicant has said, it's not going to change my vote between now and next month. But I would vote in favor of a 1 month continuance, even with all of those concerns. So I just wanted to say that just to be on the record. I do not see anyone else who is asking to speak at this point. So this is the time for a motion. It could be a motion for approval and we vote up or down, or it could be a motion for a one cycle continuance.
So, Mr. Chairman, because I believe that it would be possible to make adjustments to this development plan that would make it more attractive to me, and speaking only for me, so that I might vote for it. And without any promises on either side, I would like to see what we might accomplish in 30 days. So I'm going to move that we continue this until, Grace, did you say April 13?
That's correct.
To our April 13th meeting. If, however, before we vote, Mr. Eaton says his clients don't want to do that, then I would withdraw the motion, assuming I get a second and the concurrence with a second.
Seconded.
So the motion is before us. This is a motion for a one cycle continuance to our April 13th meeting, moved by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Morgan. Mr. Eden, based on the motion, and I think just common sense, I just want to reaffirm that you are comfortable with that continuance, and that will give you the time to make any final adjustments and bring your case before us next month. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that would be fine. The 1 month delay sounds great.
Okay. So commissioners, we're gonna have a roll call vote. And again, a yes is to continue for a cycle. If you just want to vote on it tonight, you should vote no. And then we'll have another motion just to vote on the actual case itself. So with that, we'll have a roll call vote, please.
I just want to double check. Commissioner Miller made the motion to continue and Morgan seconded the motion. Got you? Got that?
That's right.
Great. All right, Amendolia?
For the sake of transparency, yes.
And this is to April 13th. Okay. Baker?
Yes.
Busby?
Yes.
Cameron?
Yes.
Cutright?
Yes.
Durkin?
No.
Vice Chair Kenchin?
Yes.
Landfried?
Yes.
Miller?
Yes.
Morgan?
Yes.
Cease?
No.
And Williams?
No.
Okay, it passes 9-3.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edens, and for all the residents who came and spoke. And again, this will be back on April 13th. The updated information should be in the next packet, so you should be able to see the updates as well as the proffers that were made this evening. As I warned, it is 7:15, so there's no way we're going to get our next case done before we've been meeting for 2 hours. So we are going to take our 10-minute break now for our closed captioning staff to have a stretch break. And I've got 7:17, so we will start at 7:27, and we'll see you then. Welcome back. We will get started with our next case. That case is Z2000024. That's the Rollingdale II case. And before we get started, I did want to recognize Commissioner Amendolia.
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to inform my fellow Planning Commission members and the public that I live in Park Ridge Estates, which is incredibly close to this site. It is within the notice distance of the site. However, I am not the owner of the property. I am a renter at the property. Because of this, I do not receive notifications about nearby developments. And because I do not own the property, there is the city attorney's opinion is that there is no conflict of interest for me voting on this case. Otherwise, I would recuse myself. And I wanted to also apologize to my fellow Planning Commission members for telling you now. My intent would be to have notified you before the meeting tonight. We had some kind of like last minute communication confirming that I was set to vote on this case. So I'm happy to take any questions, but wanted to raise that. And to be clear, also just for transparency's sake, you should all take into account the fact that I live right next to this unit as I speak on this case tonight. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Commissioner Amendolia. We appreciate your transparency, and I can attest that I think we just got feedback about an hour or hour and a half before tonight's meeting about feedback from the staff. And so Commissioner Amendolia will be staying with us for this case, but appreciate your sharing in advance the situation. With that, we will move to the staff report.
Good evening again. Danny Culture with the Planning Department. This is a request for a zoning map change Z2000024 Rollingdale II. First, before we get into this report, I do want to point out something, and we want to thank Commissioner Miller for seeing this. There was a transportation, the study or the engineering analysis for that noted that there was an actual decrease in the number of 24-hour trips for this development. But we found that there was an error previously on the previous development plan that was done for 25 single-family units instead of 25 townhouse units. And as such, this actually generates a plus 61 24-hour trip count for this development. I think Ms. Smith sent out an email with that information updated in the transportation and school impact attachment. So we just wanted to point that out. I did notice that in transportation's analysis, though, it does not change the level of service numbers on the NC 54. It's still at 99.5% capacity as was previously analyzed. So it does not increase the level of service on that. So I just wanted to point that out for you. Anyway, the request is for Rollingdale II has been received by Josh Swindle of Rollingdale Investment LLC and Neil Gosha, Morningstar Law Group, acting as their agent for 2 parcels of land at 602 and 606 West NC 54 Highway, totaling 6.651 acres. The site is within the city's jurisdiction in the suburban development tier and in the Falls Jordan Watershed Protection District B, FJB overlay. The applicant proposes to change the zoning designation of the site from planned development residential 3.940 or PDR 3.940 to planned development residential 5.189 or PDR 5.189 for up to 33 multifamily townhouse units. The future land use map is designated as low density residential at 4 dwelling units per acre or less. If the zoning interior boundary changes are approved, that recommendation for the FLUM is proposed to be low medium density residential at 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre. From the aerial map, you can see the site is located along NC 54. It's just west of Highgate Drive, which is, is just Highgate is just to the east right here. Site photos, this shows that the property is still remaining undeveloped with mature pine and hardwood vegetation. Adjacent site photos, you have single family development to the north, northeast, and south, and vacant single family land is located opposite NC 54 to the west. So adjacent property to the north on NC 54, adjacent single family to the south on Abington Way, and on St. James Court to the north, or north and east, and then opposite the land, it's vacant land. The context map, of course, shows you it's indicated as PDR 3.940, and they're proposing PDR 5.189. Future land use map is I mentioned as low density residential, and it would need to go to a low medium density residential designation. The development plan shows access points, vehicular access points, the building and parking envelope, required tree coverage, listed maximum density, listed open space, and maximum impervious surfaces. There are also notes indicate that if the property is graded at more than 4 acres or more, which would be considered mass grading, then they would be required project boundary buffers of 20% opacity along the edges as well. There are a series of different commitments. Maximum 33 townhouse units will be constructed as part of the project. No dwelling unit will have conditioned square footage that exceeds 2,400 square feet. Prior to the issuance of a building permit, an additional 25 feet of right-of-way will be dedicated along the site frontage of NC Highway 54. Southbound, northbound left turn lanes on NC 54 at the intersection of Squirrel Hollow Lane and the project entrance will be provided. Those improvements have to be provided prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy. And prior to the issuance of a CO, a minimum of 5-foot additional asphalt will be provided for the full frontage of the site along 54 for the widening to allow for a future bicycle lane. No townhouse building shall be placed closer than 50 feet from the property line adjacent to the open space tract with parcel ID 143774, which is right behind the development, behind the stream buffer. No townhouse building shall be placed closer than 20 feet from another townhouse building within the development. So they're exceeding the minimum building separation. Any on-site retaining wall shall be of a brown earth tone color and have a minimum unscreened height of 10 feet. The slope of any stormwater management dam shall be sodded. Wherever silt fencing is proposed as a perimeter sedimentation control measure, a double row shall be installed instead of a single row. This provision is being enforced by the Durham County unless sedimentation and row control becomes the responsibility of the city of Durham or other agency. Prior to issuance of the first CO, the developer will provide $25,000 to the Affordable Housing Fund. The maximum height of the proposed townhouse building shall be 50 feet. Perimeter buffer with an opacity of 40% is required for developments that mass graded or more than 4 acres. Widths of the individual segments of buffer will be determined in the preliminary plat process. There are several comp plan policies. The only comp plan policy that is not being met currently is the FLUM policy for low density residential. And if the comp plan is approved at low medium density residential, then all policies will be met. And staff has no further comment and is ready for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Coltra. We will move to the public hearing and we'll open that up. We have 3 individuals signed up to speak in favor, and we have, it looks like 9 in opposition. So we will start with the proponents, and the individuals who signed up are Patrick Biker, Josh Swindell, and Landon Lovelace. Mr. Biker, are you going to kick things off?
Yes, good evening, Chairman Busby. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'll be happy to provide some brief comments, and then we'd like to reserve the remainder of our time to respond to any issues that come up. Good evening, Chairman Busby, Vice Chair Kenshin, members of the Planning Commission. I'm Patrick Biker, Morningstar Law Group. I live at 2614 Stewart Drive. I'm here this evening representing Rollingdale Investment LLC for this agenda item. With me this evening are Josh Swindell of Rollingdale and Landon Lovelace, our project engineer with Underfoot Engineering. Several of you on the Planning Commission may recognize this project since it was before you about 2.5 or 3 years ago. After that Planning Commission meeting, we were fortunate to receive a 6-to-1 approval from the City Council for 25 townhouses at this location, and that approval was back on August 6th of 2018. Unfortunately, with the cost of lumber and the infrastructure required with that development plan, we were facing individual townhouse prices around $400,000 with less than 25 townhomes to carry the infrastructure burden of this small infill development. This was made worse by the city's technical requirement that a cul-de-sac be utilized, where the design that we put forward under the current zoning planned for using a hammerhead T configuration in order to minimize impervious surface. With the required cul-de-sac, the number of townhomes dropped from 25 to 20, and the individual townhome costs required in order to make the project feasible would be too high for the market to bear. Therefore, the rezoning we're discussing tonight seeks to allow up to 33 townhomes as opposed to the currently approved 25. Now, I would like to briefly address the traffic issues discussed in the staff report for this item. In regard to traffic on Highway 54, that road has been a concern for the 30 years that I've been around here. I wish to emphasize that this project will add a left turn lane that increases capacity significantly for this segment of Highway 54 when there is no NCDOT funding for any other improvements of this section of 54. As my friend, former City Council member Eugene Brown was fond of saying, it is better to light a candle than to curse the darkness. Accordingly, I hope we can have a constructive attitude on this particular traffic issue. Of course, the main reason we are here this evening is to create a more affordable infill project on this 6.6 acre site. While the proposed rezoning seeks 8 additional units, most of the other zoning commitments from 2 or 3 years ago will remain. I want to emphasize that the architectural commitments are for the most part unchanged from our previous development plan, with the only noteworthy change being to switch to the modern transitional style away from the craftsman style. While the undisturbed area along the southern boundary changed from 40 feet to a variable width ranging from 20 to 40 feet, this is more than compensated for by increasing the previously required 50-foot buffer along the intermittent stream to 100 feet on account of the impervious surface being over 24%. We want to be upfront that the building setback along the southern property line went from 70 feet to 50 feet, and the separation between the buildings went from 30 feet to 20 feet. However, there is no additional disturbed area proposed, nor do we expect any additional adverse stormwater impacts. In conclusion, the focus of this agenda item is to do what we can to increase the stream buffer and to be a better neighbor, as well as to address affordability. We respectfully ask for your recommendation of approval, and our team will be happy to answer any questions. We thank you for your time this evening. We'd like to reserve the remainder of our time for rebuttal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Biker. And yeah, you've got about 6 minutes or so as needed. We will move to the individuals who signed up to speak. It looks like most of them are in attendance as far as I can see. I'm just going to, again, I'm going to read the list and then we'll just move through. We have Ashley DeMatit, Jeff Brandenburg, Paige Polk, Percy Murray, Bernard Weissman, Cam Morrison, Elizabeth McCain, Michael Martin, and Rachel Poliquin. And so we'll start with Ashley DeMatit. Ashley is not one that I see listed. So if you are here under a different name, if you can just hit *9 to raise your hand. And if not, we can move to Jeff Brandenburg, who I do see is with us. We'll give you each 2 minutes. And You can start again with your name, your address, and you can make your remarks. If you run over the 2 minutes, I'll let you know and you can finish your thought and we'll go from there. So Mr. Brandenburg, you can start us off.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Brandenburg. I live at 2 Abingdon Way. Are you able to hear me clearly?
Yes.
Great. I spoke at the last hearing that we had for this, voicing some concerns. The new concern that I have with the current hearing is that we're inching away further from what was previously proposed and approved, sort of turning up the heat on the pot that the frog is sitting in. We attended a meeting last year before everything fell apart, where the developers showed us some of the ideas that they had in mind for the changes. We naturally welcome changes that increase the wooded buffers around the development, but we're very concerned about both the increased number of the units and the increased height of the units. I noticed that the proposal set a maximum height of 50 feet. These units are sitting at the top of the hill over the development where many of us live, and they are really going to loom over us. That is very different from what was originally proposed, I believe. Previously, we raised concerns about managing runoff from this property, which is strongly sloped, and also routing sewer service to the line that runs along 54, which is located higher than most of the property is. Naturally, that will all have to be worked out. Physics is physics. But we are concerned about these changes. We feel that they are further detrimental to the neighboring properties, including my own, and we hope that you will consider that these changes are moving us further away from the sort of development that prevails in this area. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brandenburg. Next is Paige Polk.
Hi, I'm Paige Polk at 1413 Doc Nichols. I'm going to keep this short. I would just like to echo Mr. Brandenburg's concerns.
Thank you. Next is Percy Murray.
Chair, there's 2 Percy Murrays, and one of them I'm unable to give speaker controls to an outdated version of Zoom. I can make them a panelist. They'll have to come over. Do you wish to do so?
Okay. Is it better to skip them and come back, or do you want to give that a try?
What's the issue?
That's not working very well.
I think there's 2 devices at once. So Percy, once again, I'm going to unmute the device that was working, and then maybe you can turn on the volume of the other device. I think we lost Percy for a second.
Okay.
So let's try to come back to them later.
Yeah, I'll move ahead. We'll go to Bernard Weissman.
Sorry, I was muted. I'm Bernard Weissman. I'm with Cam Morrison. We both live at 21 St. James Court, and we agree with the comments from Mr. Brandenburg.
Thank you very much. And Cam Morrison, that counts for both of you?
Yes, it does.
Twofer. I love it. Thank you very much. Next is Elizabeth McCain. I'm sorry.
No worries. My name is Elizabeth McCain. I live at 19 St. James Court. My husband and I moved back home to Durham this summer following the birth of our daughter, and we just learned about this development in the mail. So thank you guys for alerting us to the meeting, and thank you all for in the past week and a half, the support that I've gotten from the Durham Planning Department to learn exactly what's going on and to get caught up to speed. My daughter is maybe in the background, so we're starting civic participation early, and I apologize for any background noise. My concerns stem from what I've learned in the past week and a half, and I know you guys are experts about water quality. specifically regarding the intermittent stream and the proposed pond and storm control measure specified in the initial plans in the February 2020 meeting. Specifically, I'm concerned about algal buildup, which is really common with fertilizer runoff, soil erosion, animal waste, sewage, and lack of an increased volume of impervious surfaces, all of which are factors that are part of this development. The reason I'm concerned about this algae is the buildup of harmful blooms in aquatic ecosystems that affects pets and people, releasing like stuff like neurotoxins that affects Alzheimer's, ALS, and Parkinson's. And I know this seems really intense, but it's something that I learned about where we lived last, and it's also really common. In the 2018 study published by NC State, 86% of the sites at Jordan Lake had these harmful blooms at 44% of sampling instances. So concerned about how stormwater runoff is working, which generates 5 things for me. 1, I'm interested in the developer's plan for pond aeration and the stormwater control measure. Is it a dry pond or wet pond? What keeps the water moving? What's the vegetation around it? 2, I'm interested in a careful look at the buffer given the grade of elevation. There's some places where the slope ranges up to 20, maybe even 25, and I'm new to reading these topographical maps, slope. And so I just really wonder about the runoff there. 3, I'm curious about the opportunities for residents, environmental experts, and others to be proactive with developers if they're interested in presenting these impacts to current and future residents. What landscaping strategies? Are there going to be rain gardens, especially in areas like these that likely have clay soil, which has low filtration compared to sand? 4th, I'm interested in accountability and clear ownership, because I know that some of the builders has potentially changed over the course of this project. And I know a huge, this long-term impacts are how we build, but there's going to be a very intense impact during the actual build process. So who manages that when trees are getting uprooted and things are running down the hills? 5, just appreciate the planning department's expertise and stepping back and weighing the benefits of these against the proposed density and given environmental impact concerns. The last thing that I'd like to raise, just for some feedback that I've gotten from neighbors since learning, is just the traffic piece and the height of buildings, which others seem to have raised. Thank you for this time.
Thank you, and welcome back to Durham.
Thanks.
Michael Martin, you're next.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know whether I'd unmuted or muted myself. I'm representing Triangle Grace Church, which is south of the project and east of the project. And I have only one concern, since I'm not a resident of the area, and that is the increased traffic on 54. We have had several major accidents that were people trying to get out of the church on Tudor Drive. There is a hill and a curve. And while DOT is planning to 4-lane, as you probably know, that whole area down through there, we have no idea as to when that will occur. I would hope if this development is approved, that will push them to do that. But my concern is only the increased traffic.
Thank you. Next, we have Rachel Poliquin, but I'm not sure if I see that she is with us.
I do not see Rachel Poliquin either, sir.
Okay. Well, that was it for people who signed up. So we'll go back to Percy Murray and we'll see if Percy's able to speak with us.
I sent call-in information to Percy. We can try promoting them as a panelist, and I can maybe try to disable their camera when they come in. Is another possibility. We can try. Hold on a second. All right, Percy, I clicked ask to unmute. See if you can unmute your microphone now. You can also, there's in the chat, I'll send it again.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening,
Commissioners. I'm Carol Murray, and I'm going to speak for my husband and I. We reside at 33 Churchwell Court, and we have lived here for 33 years. We've experienced and enjoyed 3 decades plus in a tranquil, rustic, low-density, family-oriented neighborhood where we raised our daughter. Our home is one of several in closest proximity to the proposed Rollingdale II development. In fact, the small stream bordering some Woodcroft homes and the proposed development spans the entire length of our backyard. That small intermittent waterway is usually a dry or nearly dry stream bed that at times enhances the beauty of the natural woodland. However, it can, during heavy rains or runoff, such as we experienced in February, swell into a much heavier, swiftly flowing body. Recently, especially last month, I often watched from my kitchen window and wondered just how much water or runoff might soon come to stand in our neighbors' yards or in our own backyard when the large hardwood trees are planned to be toppled, concrete is poured, and townhouses are constructed atop the hill and above this stream. Thus, upon learning of the Rollingdale developer's proposal to move from 20 to 25, now to 33, increasing the density of the project by building smaller and additional units, my husband and I are increasingly concerned that rezoning or increasing the density, and then just tonight, we just learned that the architectural style will be drastically modified. But increasing the density on a small parcel of land that until recently was zoned low density residential could negatively impact the aesthetics of the new homes, the ecological balance in our environment, as well as the tranquil, rustic lifestyle of residents living and purchasing properties above and below this small stream that now flows naturally and undisturbedly in our neighborhood. So I am just asking you to please consider the impact on the lifestyle of all of us involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So that's it for everyone who signed up in advance. As always, we'll give a moment. If someone who has not yet spoken who would like to speak, you can press *9 on your phone. You can digitally raise your hand and we can recognize you. So there's no one else asking to speak, so we will close the public hearing. And commissioners, likewise, if you want to either digitally raise your hand or literally raise your hand, I can recognize you for questions and comments on this case. We will start with Commissioner Miller.
Chair Busby,
Yes.
Point of privilege.
I'm sorry, Patrick.
Yeah, point of privilege. Need to address that, and we do have a couple of 1 or 2 text commitments.
Well, let's do this. I have closed the public hearing, but I will take this opportunity for recognizing Commissioner Miller to
hurt my feelings.
Ask you if you have any follow-up information that could address any of the questions, as well as any additional items you would like to share with us before the other commissioners speak. And I apologize for that.
Yeah, sure. Let me just, if I may, Patrick Biker again, speaking for Rollingdale. I was carefully watching the addresses of the speakers that we heard from tonight, and we certainly share their concerns, and I do want to emphasize that I think all of them were in fairly close proximity to the stream that is between our building parking envelope and the neighbors who spoke tonight. They benefit greatly from the increase. The previous development plan had a 50-foot buffer. This would have a 100-foot buffer on that stream, plus a 10-foot no-build zone along that. So it's actually 110 feet beyond the stream. That is a significant improvement over the previous development plan. As speakers have shared, that is a fairly mature treed area there on the 6.6 acres. And so those trees are taller than the 50 feet that the units would be anyway. So I think that's important to recognize. However, especially thinking about Mr. Brandenburg and the folks on Abingdon, we did look at that this morning, and we can add a text commitment that provides an additional buffering there, which is text commitment 15 would read, an additional 0.2 opacity evergreen buffer will be installed from the terminus of the stream buffer and the 10-foot no-build setback between the building parking lot envelope and parcel ID 143774. So that gives additional screening for the folks, and we had a chance to run that by Mr. Coulter at the planning department to make sure that was appropriate. And then I do think it is possible for this development to add a text commitment that we will treat up to the 100-year storm with our stormwater. We don't call them BMPs anymore. We call them SCMs, I believe. And so with those commitments, I think we do everything we can to address the neighbors' concerns. And again, this is really a rezoning that addresses the affordability issues with the lower density and only approximately 20 units. As I mentioned in my comments, we were looking at townhouse prices of about $400,000 to address the infrastructure concerns, mainly the left turn lane that's going to cost $350,000 to $400,000. When I was talking to one member of the Planning Commission, I guesstimated the turn lane would cost maybe $200,000 or $250,000. I was unfortunately off by quite a bit. It's actually going to have a $350,000 to $400,000 price tag. So with that infrastructure that's required, it just is necessary to have 33 townhomes to share that infrastructure burden more equitably and to provide more affordable housing in this section of Durham, which we think is commensurate with market conditions. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions. Be happy to answer any questions, but again, we think this is an improvement over the previous Rollingdale that was approved in August of 2018, and we respectfully ask for your support. And thank you very much for your time tonight. I know you have a long agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Coulter. And before we move to commissioners, just to be clear, I heard 2 additional proffers that you made. Is that correct?
Yeah, the first one would be an additional 0.2 opacity evergreen buffer will be installed from the terminus of the stream buffer and a 10-foot no-build setback between the building parking lot envelope and parcel ID 143774, which is the Woodcroft HOA property. And then our last one, our engineer is not screaming at me, so I guess this is okay. We agree that, I don't know what the exact, we can wordsmith it with our case planner in the morning, but similar to the previous project that Mr. Edens was working on, our SCMs will be designed to treat the 100-year storm.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate those clarifications. Happy to answer any questions. We're appreciative of y'all's time tonight. Thank you.
You bet. So Commissioner Miller, before I recognize you, Mr. Coulter, if you have, the second proffer makes a lot of sense. We've seen that before. The first proffer, I've now heard it twice, and I kind of think I understand it, but if we have it in writing, if it'd be possible to put it on the screen while I recognize Commissioner Miller so that we and the members of the public could get a better sense of the details of that, that would be appreciated. That said, Commissioner Miller, I'll recognize you so you can get started on your questions and comments.
And Chair Busby,
Thank you.
let me get a chance to actually pull that. He sent that in an email and I approved that, so I can actually pull that email, print it, and put it on a Word document, and then I'll post it back up on the screen in a few minutes.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
And with regard to that same proffer, I'd like to see it, have somebody point it out to me on the development plan map, Danny, so when we get to that point.
Sure, I can point it on the development plan right now if you want to, and so
all right, very good.
Exactly where it's going to be located. Let me do a screen share and I'll pull that up to show you. Oops. There we go. Can everybody see that, the development plan now?
Yes.
Let me reduce it just slightly.
A little bit more actually would be helpful.
I'm sorry?
If you could, because isn't it at the lower left-hand corner of the property that we're talking about?
This is Highway 54 to the left, and this piece of open space is behind the subdivision that they're talking about. Here's the riparian buffer,
right?
Or the stream, the riparian buffer. So what they're talking about doing is actually adding another 10-foot evergreen buffer, which is a 20% opacity 10-foot buffer on the outside of that on the outside of that 10-foot.
Danny, this is Landon Lovelace. That's not correct, Danny. We're talking about from the end of the stream buffer on the bottom left corner.
Are you talking the bottom left?
We're talking about right
bottom
there.
left. Yeah, the terminus of the stream buffer.
Correct.
Okay. I thought
everywhere else is already 110 feet. We were adding additional opacity along the portion of the tree save area that's not
on
as
the
wide
lower
as the
tree
buffer.
save area. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's and you're adding opacity, not width.
So we are adding width. Outside of that tree save area, we would add a 0.2% opacity buffer per the Durham UDO, which is an evergreen buffer.
Yeah, and the 20% opacity equates to a 10-foot project boundary buffer.
All right, thanks. That's helpful to know. Thank you. Mr. Chair and members of the commission, this is a case I got myself involved in happily when it came up the first time, and I worked with the developers and I went back and forth with the neighbors a little bit to try to understand their concerns. I met with them on a couple of occasions, on one occasion on a porch on one of the homes on one of these cul-de-sacs looking out over this property. I don't know if you got a chance to drive over there and look between the houses, but what you look is the property drops away precipitously down to the stream bed and then climbs the hill on the opposite side. Because this is a wooded area that the woods there have not been disturbed for decades. The trees are, for the most part, very mature. They're very tall. The lowest branches on them are way up in the air, 30, 40 feet. So the existing trees, even in the springtime, do not provide a lot of buffer. The foliage is up so high. So I think that's important to note. At my request, working with the developers last time, a lot of the committed elements in this development plan that are being modified now, the developers agreed to. One of the concerns that the neighbors expressed tonight, they expressed then, was because these properties, these buildings will have on the backside will be very tall. To be 2 stories on the Highway 54 side because of the drop off, which is probably just outside the buffer, is still probably between 20 and 40 feet, depending upon where you are. Some of these houses will, even at 2 stories, tower over the residences. So what the neighbors were telling me then is that they were afraid that their row of single family houses would be matched on the other side by much larger buildings. They would be townhouses. And so the developers agreed that there would be intervals between the townhouses so that they wouldn't be confronted with a wall of buildings on the other bank of the property. And a lot of those things made sense. And the developer agreed to them. And those are the modifications that are being made. Instead of being 2 stories, they're now going to 3 stories. Instead of having an interval of what was previously agreed to of, I forget what it is, between the buildings, that's been reduced. So these are things that I voted for this last time, even though the neighbors had strong reservations. To them, being on this side of 54, what was built on that property, to their reading of the comprehensive plan, ought to respect the established development pattern and not introduce at such a height difference to them these larger buildings that would present such a big face to them on the slope. And I agreed with them, but I ultimately voted with the developer because the developer had made a good faith effort to try to reduce those impacts. I cannot vote with the developer today. I voted against the neighborhood last time because the developer had made changes. I cannot vote again to support the developer. I just don't see the reason. While I understand that the developer argues that it's not economically feasible. That's an argument I hear all the time, but I don't believe that's what zoning is for. The ability to ask for a zone change is to change the public law for a private benefit. We are not in the business of organizing zoning for people so that they can make a profit. We've got to make sure that they can use the property, and they can use the property. And quite frankly, this is an argument we hear all the time. The one that has stunned me the most is I listened to a developer over on Cornwallis Road years ago say that there was no way in the world that they could reduce the number of units they planned to build on the site below 200 and some. Ultimately, their rezoning was denied, and they wound up building 67 units under the existing zoning. So this whole idea of what's economically feasible is not something I think is our business. As long as the property can be used reasonably, the notion that it can make this much money as opposed to that much money is not something that persuades me. Here, what matters is respecting reasonable development patterns within boundaries. And to me, the boundary for the 4 units an acre type development that is at Woodcroft is Highway 54. And this little parcel is on the Woodcroft side. And I think to the extent within its difficult site, being able to build 25 townhouses is not an unreasonable response. It's considerably more dense than its closest neighbors. And so I'm going to stick with the current zoning and vote against this. I voted against the neighbors last time. I'm not going to vote against them twice in a row when I don't perceive them as getting much more. I do note that, and I think it is significant, and you should note as well, that if this goes through, part of the buffer will be wider, but another part of the buffer will be considerably narrower. It goes from 50 to 100 feet for part of the length, but in another place it goes from 50 to 20 feet, and well, 30 feet with this new proffer and the additional opacity. But the opacity that they're adding is so low that it will not affect the view because you look right over the top of it at the buildings above it. I just don't see that as adding a buffer there will help much because it's down between the units. So I hope I can persuade you to stick with the neighbors on this one. They were prepared to live with what the developer got a few years ago. I don't see any reason to change it in the developer's favor by another increment. I'm persuaded by what the first speaker said, that we are inching away from the last approval, slowly turning the heat up. These folks, in my opinion, don't deserve that. When I was out there this week, I got a chance to speak briefly with Percy, and he felt just as strongly this time as he did last time. I thought that the presentation that his wife made to us was compelling, and I am persuaded. So I hope you'll join me. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kenshin, let me know he's withdrawn his question, so I'm not skipping him. I'm going to go to the next person who has their hand raised. That is Commissioner Durkin.
I had a question on the affordability point that was raised. Patrick, can you tell us what the price points are for this group of 33 townhomes?
It should be right around 300,000, Commissioner Durkin, based on what we've figured out, because with the current zoning, we are, with the turn lane that I referenced, we were getting pricing around 400,000. So it's trying to cut the sales price by almost 25% ballpark.
Okay.
It's still expensive. Don't get me wrong. It's still fairly expensive.
Yeah,
but it is less expensive than or it's commensurate with other homes in the area. We saw one of the homes adjacent to this along St. James just sold for $390. So it would be a more cost-effective auction given what the houses are selling for in the neighborhood.
Right. I just wanted to make the point on record that there's a difference between being a project being cost-effective from a development cost perspective and it being affordable, which the term affordable has become a term of art. So I think we need to be careful on how we use it. $300,000 townhome, while less expensive than a $400,000 townhome, is not affordable housing. It is not providing, it's not adding to the affordable housing stock. I think not just this one, it just happened to be raised on this project, but I think overall we need to be very careful and thoughtful about how we use that phrase. So that was really just the only point I wanted to raise. Yeah, I guess I should also point out that I am really sensitive to the neighbors' concern and appreciate the work that they obviously put into their presentations tonight. So I'm also going to be voting with the neighbors and against the project.
Thank you. Commissioner Amendolia.
Thank you, Chair. First, I have a few questions. I want to raise some of the resident questions we got, especially around the type of stormwater treatment going on in the site. We had one resident, Elizabeth McCain, brought up whether the pond, like the plan for the pond aeration, whether there would be dry wet, if there'd be any established movement there. This revolved around the concern around water quality and potential algae buildup. So I'd like to hear what the applicant plans to do on that front.
Landon, are you still on the call?
I am. I'd be happy to take that. I want to say thank you, Ms. McCain. Those were all good questions. It's nice to get informed questions. You raised a lot of points. I'll do my best to try to reach all of them. The project's in the Falls Jordan B watershed, which is one of the more stringent, not just in the area but in the state. There are water quantity and quality requirements that the city of Durham places on different watersheds. So typically it's the 1, 2, and 10-year storm for water detention, like we proffered earlier, knowing that there's existing drainage and water issues through that corridor. We're happy to do the 100-year detention. As far as nutrients go, the city of Durham also has a stormwater ordinance that requires reduction in suspended solids and nutrient and nitrogen and phosphorus. And the SCM that we would design for this project would be a wet pond. It will be designed for all the North Carolina DEQ, what they now call minimum design criteria, used to be called the BMP manual. Without going into all the specifics on a wet pond, generally for each different type of stormwater pond is good at certain things, whether it be detention or water quality. A wet pond kind of does both pretty well. It's certainly the best from a detention perspective. So when we're talking about detaining 100-year storm, there's really not any other measures that make sense to try to use. Rain gardens are certainly good at water quality, but they don't detain much at all. Constructed wetlands are the same. So wet pond would, from a technical perspective, would certainly be the right choice. There are biological processes in the wet pond. There's a planted vegetated shelf that is kind of the mechanism by which all the nutrients and suspended solids are removed. I heard you also mention kind of the buffer. It is definitely steep. There are no areas that meet the city of Durham's definition of steep slopes, but that doesn't mean that it's not steep. It just doesn't necessarily meet the definition. So when we work through good design, when we're doing outfalls, a big consideration is how we get water that discharges from a pond through a buffer to the existing stream. So this plan had been previously rezoned, and we had gone through the design process and preliminary plat process through the city. And just as a point of design, when we're designing outfalls, we typically try to find an existing draw or channel or kind of an area where the water is already going to through the buffer, so that we don't have to disturb any more of the buffer and water doesn't reconcentrate. So in this case specifically, how we would help from deteriorating more of the buffer is there is an existing channel that the pond would outfall to and go through the buffer. You talked about clay soils and that the soils around here are not sandy, and that's absolutely true. We have hard red clay, and actually for wet ponds and for a lot of the SCMs that we use around here, having soils that don't infiltrate are actually better because it actually holds the water and allows those biological processes to take place. So if we did have sandy soils and we were trying to do a wet pond or a constructed wetland or something like that, we would actually have to bring in a clay liner and put that down so that it would actually hold the water. In this case, especially around Durham and the Triassic area around here, the on-site soils are typically impermeable, so we don't have to do that. So in this case, the clay soils are actually good and actually what experts call for in wet ponds and constructed wetlands. I think I also heard you speak about accountability. I definitely understand the concerns, not just after construction with the existing flooding and stuff that's going on, but during construction. And I think that was one of the large concerns on the front end from adjacent neighbors. And that was one of the text amendments that was initially added was that double row of silt fence. So an additional level of protection for the perimeter controls. We'll also obviously have to meet any Durham County erosion control requirements during construction. I don't know if I missed any of your points. I think I hit all 5 of them. And Mr. Amendolia, I think that covered everything, but if there are other specific questions, I'm happy to try to speak to those as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that detailed response. And I would love, Elizabeth McCain, if you're still on the call, I'd love to hear kind of your thoughts about what you just heard, if that makes you feel more comfortable with this case, what we just heard, or if you still have concerns.
Thank you for the detailed response, and I will not pretend like I'm an expert. This is what I've been able to learn in a week and a half, so I appreciate you taking me seriously enough to answer me. But I guess one concern that I do still have is about the aeration. Since it is a wet pond and not a dry pond, from my understanding, then oxygenation is critical to the actual pond to prevent algal growth. And so just curious about that, in addition to the vegetation surrounding it. And then, I don't know if this is even, this is something that they used to do in our Form 1 neighborhood, but just like testing of water quality once it's there, just to make sure everything's good. But yes, thank you for the detailed answer. Just because I've gotten curious about this, generally would be interested in how this, given the increase in impervious surfaces, like the other SCMs denoted in the site map, so that the pond isn't receiving everything. And wondering if there's different buffers, like for our neighbors around Abington Way, around the parking lot, and if there's going to be something there for them, or just a general. I saw the SCM map just for the pond, but just wondering for the full neighborhood. So, but generally, yes, thank you. That was very helpful.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, and again, I appreciate the detailed response from Landon. I'd like to just speak briefly to some of the details of this case. I do think we need higher density in this part of Durham. There's a lot of amenities in the area. There's some great commercial spots. There are great schools in the area. And so I do think we need to have that transition. With that in mind, I would point out that the proposed density for this case is even higher than the multifamily development down the road, which I live in. And so that seems like an incredibly extreme transition in density, especially given some of the intricacies of the site. You know, some of the concerns raised by residents. I also have transportation on 54 is not great, especially right here. You're essentially going to have one left turn lane followed by immediately after by another left turn lane because of its proximity to the apartment complex. And I, you know, as the residents mentioned, it floods a lot when it's rained a lot. And so I know the downstream effects of that are significant, and I do have concerns about that. And the last thing I want to mention, and this is kind of a broader point just about our planning practice in general, not necessarily specific to this case, but further downstream of the site are apartment complexes. And I learned from personal experience this time that renters do not get notified of nearby development, as if we don't have stake in what is happening in our community, as if we are only going to live here for a year and then move away. That's not the case. I have lived here for a couple of years now, and I know residents in this apartment complex who have lived here long enough to have dedicated parking spaces and to know most people on a first name basis. And so I think we should rethink the way that we notify neighborhoods about the development happening in their community. Not only that, but because renters may also want to be homeowners in that community in the future because they enjoy the place they live and they have selected it based on the neighborhood, not just because it's a rental unit. I think based on all of the considerations and the comments we've heard from residents tonight, I will also be siding with the residents on this case, and I appreciate y'all's time. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Amendolia. Commissioner Cease?
Thank you. Two quick questions and then some comments. The first question I have, if he's able to address it, is for the applicant who was just speaking with regards to some of the site characteristics. And I think there was a reference made to a draw where the pond would be located. Is that indicated on the topo maps kind of in the northern parcel? Is that where the storm outfall or pond outfall would most likely be located?
It is. If Danny, if you can pull the sheet C100 back up, the existing conditions sheet.
That I think I know where you're referencing. I just wanted to confirm. And then secondly, what height specifically applied? I know 2 stories were referenced in the design commitments of the prior development plan, the one that has approval, but what height limit specifically applied? And that could be a question for staff.
Yeah, in the original rezoning, there was no text commitment specifically for height, so that might be a better question for staff.
Oh, and actually in PDR, you have to specify a height. There is certain height limitations, but you have to specify that height. Otherwise, you would be limited to 35 feet if it wasn't shown on the development plan.
Yeah, I'm just trying to confirm. I did not see it indicated on the development plan, so I just wanted to confirm.
It's in one of the text commitments.
In the text commitments, it's 2 stories.
So what I wanted to confirm with my question was with the development plan that's been approved, that there is not a specific height limitation in feet that's listed. And my understanding is there's not, correct?
No, it's 2 stories.
Correct. Okay, thank you.
In the existing plan, 3 in the current, in the proposal.
Right. So there's a difference in height limit in feet of 15 feet. And there's a difference in the buffer distances for the southeastern portion of the parcel, where it's closest to some of the community residents who spoke, for sure. Those folks who back right up to the stream that it constitutes that eastern property boundary. I think it's important to be very clear that what's being considered here is a development plan, a rezoning application that differs from an existing plan that has been approved, that has certain dimensional requirements, such as those stream buffers, such as height, such as numbers of units. It's not a consideration of a rezoning of 6 acres of open or forested land. I mean, this has an approval, and so that's what we're really needing to compare against, I think, most importantly. It's a site that's small. It's a site that is directly on Highway 54 that has, coupled with the traffic constraints, there's an incremental impact here that's pretty small. Yet this is also a location where it's very advantageously positioned relative to access to residential, access to retail, access to services. My biggest concerns would be not so much the incremental density, but the ways in which Highway 54 changes over time in conjunction with any widening to sufficiently accommodate, for example, pedestrians and or cyclists. And so the bike lane, although that's a good solution, I think that's really a temporary solution as Highway 54. Whenever it happens, if it happens, there's some type of transitional plans in the works, perhaps a long-term horizon, but allowing access along that corridor is really critical. And I found it somewhat ironic that in discussions of walkability and access, one could dismiss the need for a sidewalk along 54 quite easily by saying, well, no one walks there, yet in the Google Street View of this site, there is a pedestrian right there on the shoulder walking uncomfortably next to high-speed traffic. So just to wrap up my comments, I'm not diminishing in any way the concerns about traffic and nor am I diminishing the concerns about the environmental or water runoff characteristics that would be proposed by the development. But comparing this development plan to the one that has already been approved, there is a significantly larger portion of the site that fall within the protected buffer versus the prior approval. There's the additional commitment that we heard about tonight with it constitutes of 10 extra feet along the direct southeastern border, but the difference between the 50 to 110 foot stream buffer is more significant. And what that also means is that those buildings that are now contemplated at 3 stories versus 2 are going to be 50 feet further away from those adjacent properties. And I think, all in all, the benefits of having more housing in this location are notable. And so I support the application with particularly noting that the stream buffer has been increased, and this is a stream buffer where there's as has been noted, a really mature stand of trees on some steeply sloping sites, a steeply sloping terrain, despite it not being technically identified as such by the ordinance. And maybe that's something that can be addressed, but just wanted to note those observations.
Thank you. No one else has raised their hand to be recognized, so at this point it is appropriate to accept a motion.
Mr. Chair, in connection with case Z2000024. I move that we send this forward to the city council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Amendolia, and we'll have the roll call vote, please.
Amendolia,
No.
Baker,
No.
Chair Busby,
No.
Cameron,
Yes.
Cutright,
Yes.
Durkin,
No.
Vice Chair Kenchin,
No.
Landfried,
No.
Miller,
No.
Morgan,
Yes.
Cease,
Yes.
and Williams.
No.
So it fails 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 to 8.
Thank you, everybody. We are moving to the next case. This is case Z2000039. It's the CASA North Durham proposal, and we'll start with the staff report.
Thank you very much. Michael Stock with the Planning Department. As normally is the case, I am going to try to keep my video off so I can be consistently heard without weird broadband interruptions and gesundheit. Chair Busby. CASA North Duke is zoning map change Z2000039. Next slide, please. The applicant is Daniel Jewell of Coulter Jewell, Thames, PA. The site is located on North Duke Street. We'll see a map in a moment. Right across from Wisteria Avenue, right by the county stadium. It is within the city jurisdiction. The site is approximately 2.5 acres within the urban tier and also within the FJB watershed overlay. The existing zoning is a combination of residential urban 5 and also office institutional with a development plan. The proposal is for a PDR 8.000 planned development residential. And the current designation for the entire site is office, and the recommended FLUM designation would be medium-height residential, consistent with the neighborhood to the west. The proposal, in short, is for probably it would be a maximum of 20 affordable housing multifamily units. They would all be affordable housing units. And there was an expedited hearing request brought to City Council on March 1st, and that was granted. Thus, Planning Commission is obligated to make its recommendation tonight, and there cannot be a continuance. Next slide, please. Again, here's the context, zoning context. As you can see, there we go. The site is an oddly shaped site, very narrow, running north-south across from Wisteria Avenue, and Wisteria Avenue is kind of an access drive to the School of Medicine, DPS school, and the backside of the county stadium, and also the Duke Regional Hospital is nearby also. Next slide, please. Here you see the future land use map. You can see that the entire stretch is office. And the request, if it was approved by City Council, and if they agreed to the recommendation, it would be a recommendation of medium-high density residential, which is consistent with all the other dark brown you see to the west. And then here's, again, an aerial where you can see the stadium and you can see Duke Regional, and there is office to the south, and some residential and office to the north, and again also residential to the east, and sorry, west. Sorry, Chris. Next slide. Here are some photos consistent with what's in your agenda packet. These are photos looking north along North Duke, and then also south along North Duke. And then the two last photos on the bottom left are actually on Birmingham Avenue, which is just west of the site. And there's a portion of that property that fronts along Birmingham Avenue, and it is a primarily single-family residential neighborhood. There are some, actually some duplexes and triplexes on the north side of, on northern reach of Birmingham. Next slide. Key committed elements, all the units would be affordable as defined by the UDO. There is a proffered additional project boundary buffer along 4 parcels at the northwest corner of the site. There is also dedication of additional right-of-way. Next slide. And then the graphic and design commitments include location of tree preservation areas, the site access point, there's just one, and that will be off of North Duke Street, the project boundary buffers, the building and parking envelopes, maximum impervious surface to building materials and roof line. Thank you. Next slide. Here is a graphic of the development plan that was in your packet. I do want to bring your attention, and I want to thank you, Commissioner Miller. He again reached out to us before the hearing to ask certain questions, and he was confused by a couple things, and then when we take a look at it, we saw where the confusion lies. Basically, and the applicant will explain this also, but the building envelopes, there's 2 building envelopes, and if we could have rotated this plan to make it more readable, running north-south, obviously North Duke Street, which is being shown at the bottom of your screen, runs north-south. But if you focus on the northern part of the site, that's where the building envelopes are proposed. There's one building envelope that is not encumbered by any stream buffer. And then there's a secondary building envelope that is shown by the applicant that would be usable only if they were granted approval through the site plan approval, during the site plan process through a variance request. As you can see, the site is heavily encumbered by stream and stream buffer. It's a 100-foot stream buffer. The building and the secondary building envelope that's identified only on the northern portion of the site, and which will also be clarified before it goes to council, is only talking about the outer 50 feet. So there would still be a maximum or at least a minimum 50-foot distance from the stream, the perennial stream, and the building, any resulting building envelope. Next slide, please. And specifically with tree coverage, most of the site is actually going to be left in an undisturbed state, which is, as if you've been out there or if you remember seeing the pictures, it's a heavily wooded site already. They have shown a specific minimum commitment of 8% tree preservation, which is above the 7% minimum. But actually, based upon the building envelope commitments, most of the site is actually going to be left in an undisturbed wooded state. Next slide. Again, it meets consistent with all the applicable policies except for the FLUM designation, and of course we would recommend medium high density residential consistent with the neighborhood to the west. You can go to the next slide and then the slide after. And this just reiterates what I just said. It is consistent. We felt that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan policies, and we would recommend medium high residential if the zoning is approved. Thank you very much. I know the applicant is here, along, I believe, with representatives of CASA, which the applicant represents, and also Karen Lotto is here with community development, who is also intimately involved with this project too. We'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stock. We'll open the public hearing, and we do have 2 individuals signed up as proponents, and it looks like 5 as opponents. And so we'll start with the proponents. It's Dan Jewell and Jess Brandes.
Yes. Good evening, Chair Busby. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening again, Chair Busby and fellow commissioners. I'm Dan Jewell with Coulter Jewell Thames. My client Jess Brandes with CASA is here as well to say a few remarks. We are helping them with this development proposal, and look forward to hearing your comments about this. Is it possible for me to have the opportunity to share a screen? Otherwise, I do think Mr. Stock has a copy of our presentation as well.
Chris, I sent you that presentation from.
Yes, bear with me just a second. Probably
Yeah.
Thank you. Great, this is good. If you could go to the next slide, please. And Jess, again, we'll talk to you a little bit about CASA. This is their opening slide. That does not at all represent a building. So thank you. Next slide is good. So Mike did a great job of his presentation. Thank you for that, Mike. So I don't want to repeat very many things. What I would like to say, though, is there's a little history on this property that you'll see in a second. So, those of you like me who have driven by this site for, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, whatever, know that it's just been this sliver of undeveloped green property over the years. And that's because the Birmingham family, George Birmingham specifically, developed the neighborhood immediately to the west back in the 40s, 50s, and early 60s, back in the days before there was such a thing as jurisdictional streams and riparian buffers. In fact, if you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. We're turning at 90 degrees, so north is to the right of the page. You see Birmingham Avenue, the street above the site, and North Duke Street, the street below the site. So to clarify, and I think this was maybe one of the things that was a little bit hard to read. So we show two buffer zones, but both of those buffer zones are on one side of the creek. As Mr. Stock said, because we are on the FJB, Durham regulates an additional 50-foot buffer outside of the state-mandated Neuse River buffer. So the slightly darker shaded area is the state-mandated buffer. The more lightly shaded area just below that is actually the additional buffer that the Durham ordinance requires under the UDO. And yes, the creek is actually that darker squiggly line along the north end. And yes, that creek actually goes under some of those homes. And all of those homes on the other side of the creek are in the regulatory buffer. So that's just an issue of time and how the code has changed over the years. And one of the many reasons why this site has not been of any interest to any private for non-profit developer. Something that I'd also like to clarify on this slide is, as Mike said, it is 100% wooded. There is only a small bit of flat area, which is basically the triangle there at the lower right that's outside of the stream buffer. There is not any flat area in the area, the middle site outside of the stream buffer. So even though that's shown as building envelope, we are certain we can't build anything in there after several field trips. Next slide, please. Thank you. And again, thank you to Mr. Miller for pointing out a discrepancy between the main map on this page and the inset above. But we have shown a building envelope, a primary building envelope, which hugs the 100-foot stream buffer. As you can see, that leaves very little of the site left for development. Because the long-standing policy has been that the building envelope is gospel. Whatever we show on the development plan is what is binding for future site plans, et cetera, et cetera. That's why we have shown a potential secondary building and parking envelope, which goes up to the edge of the 50-foot state mandated buffer. It doesn't go up to the creek. It's still 50 feet away from the creek. And I can assure you that there's no way we'd be developing much of that. But we do want to reserve the opportunity at the time of site plan, if as we go through more detailed design, it's determined that trying to get a variance through the Board of Adjustment for some level of encroachment in that Durham stream buffer, not the state stream buffer, is warranted, we would make that request at that time. So that is why we have shown a secondary building envelope. And Mr. Miller, we have corrected those lines, so hopefully they're a little more clear. As Mr. Stock said also, even though we, as we always do, repeat the minimum required tree coverage on any development plan we do. In fact, if you take the area outside of even the secondary building envelope, over 61% of the site will remain out of development. And again, that just shows you the challenges that this site has. One of the things that you need to keep in mind on this site is that it is currently zoned RU5 and O&I D. If not for the D, meaning there's a development plan attached to a zoning from back in the 90s, if not for the D, we would actually be able to come in and do the project we're proposing without a rezoning. But it's because there was a D plan on the northern portion of the site. Somebody had proposed building a office building 100% in the stream buffer back in the 90s before they were regulated. But because that D plan has standing and it only showed a commercial building, we are having to go through a rezoning in order to put in residential, which would otherwise be allowed in an O&I zoning district. And I'm going to read you a few numbers which are important. So absent that D, the current RU5 zoning would allow 8 units to the acre. The current O&I zoning would allow 11 units to the acre. So that would have allowed 23.7 units. We know we don't do 7/10 of a unit, so it'd be 23 or 24. What we are proposing is a straight PDR 8 zoning on the entire property. So that would be 8 units to the acre. So if we take the acreage of the property today times the 8 units to the acre, we end up with 19.9 units to the acre. So we're actually going for a zoning density which is absent the development plan again, is less than the current zoning could have supported on the property if that office building had not been on that development plan. We are committing to 100% affordable housing, and that is not because we're requesting a density bonus. We don't believe we will be requesting an affordable housing density bonus. We're requesting that because that's what CASA does. That is all they do. That proffer is totally voluntary, and of course we know that will ride with the land. I will say we met with the abutting neighbors back in mid-February and walked around the site a little bit. We talked about landscape buffering and having them participate with us when we get to the site plan stage to help lay out those buffers and pick plant materials and that sort of thing. So our request tonight is to rezone to PDR 8 and committing to do 100% affordable housing because that's what CASA does. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Jess Brandis with CASA, just so she can tell you a little bit about why they're doing that and why that's the culture of their organization. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Dan. If I can see the next slide, please. Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here with us tonight. I'm Jess Brandis, Senior Director of Real Estate Development for CASA. I just want to show you 2 quick slides to kind of introduce who CASA is if you aren't familiar with us as a developer. We are, as Dan said, an affordable housing developer and property management company. As this slide suggests, we build rental apartments. We do that through both new construction and through the purchase and rehab of existing units. We maintain all of our own properties long-term since they're all rental units, and we support our tenants in their housing through both connections to community support and through support from our direct staff. Next slide. These are just a couple bullets to introduce us. We're local. We work in the 3 triangle counties. There's a typo here. We've actually been 29 years of building, owning, and managing affordable units. We have almost 500, 135 of those are here in Durham, and we serve a variety of households in need of affordable housing. all of the populations listed here would be potentially eligible to live at the community we have planned at North Duke Street. So I'll turn it back over to Dan.
Yes, and I'm simply going to say that ends our presentation. Thank you for your interest, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have as you deliberate. Thank you.
Thanks to both of you. We will move to the other individuals who signed up. I don't think all of them are with us. So Ashley DeMattit is signed up first. I don't think she's been with us for the other hearings. So we'll move then to Christy McCauley, who I believe is with us. And for each individual, you have 2 minutes. If you can give us your name, your address, and then your comments, please.
Hi,
So Christy,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, hi. My name's Christy McCauley, and I live with my husband at 1824 Birmingham Avenue. We're actually to the east of the map. Our property actually is directly behind that little smaller secondary building envelope to the south side of the lot. The property is quite steep on our backyard up to North Duke. And I think, Dan, I think I heard you say that you're not planning on building on that smaller part, actually, which was a relief to hear. And I also want to say thank you to your firm for coming out and meeting with us on site. We appreciated all of the information that we've gotten up until this point. We do support affordable housing infill in Durham. I didn't have the option to sign up as just wanting to talk a little bit more, so I had to put opponent. One of the things that I'm concerned about that I think I've mentioned several times throughout this process is the density. The buildable area of this lot, due to what they showed you, the stream buffers, is very small, and it just feels like 20 units is a lot for such a tiny buildable area. I wasn't sure that that was the first time I heard, Dan, the first time I heard you actually talk about what it would have been before, and that was one of the questions I had. I wasn't aware of the D designation. I think if it was straight RU5, the number of units allowable would be smaller. But you know, any of you can check me on that. I'm not certain of that from my own research. The concerns that we had were still about the sewer easement, which is directly behind the property, which wasn't mentioned. That is part of the stream buffer. There's a sewer easement that runs directly behind our property between us and Duke Street. And there's the riparian buffer for the stream. It gets a lot of water in that stream for runoff. And, you know, have talked to you all when you came out to the site about how you were talking about putting in a runoff pond, which would also have to be in that building envelope at the north side of the site. I will say I'm a little bit concerned also about the fact that tonight is the first time I have seen that you're considering asking for a variance for additional space into the buffer. That's very concerning to me and probably some of my neighbors that have not heard this before, and how it abuts right up to the back of their properties, and how is that going to affect the runoff in that stream that already floods. And my husband and I, about 2 years ago, requested help with how much the stream floods and is eroding. The stream banks are compromised, and we were told that there was no funding to help with that project, but we weren't allowed to do anything because it's part of the buffer, which was kind of frustrating. And we I would just like a little bit more reassurance. I'm not against the project entirely. I would just like some more reassurance about how it's going to be handled with sensitivity to the existing owners and the unique properties of the steep site and the stream buffer, and the number of units is my main concern. I would be all for it if it was a less number of units. And thank you for your time. That's all I have to say this evening.
Thank you. Marco Bennett?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Busby and fellow commissioners. I actually have one question for Dan, if I could. On one of your slides, there was something called the dedication of additional right-of-way. Could you explain that, please?
And Mr. Bennett, if you can, why don't you make your full comments, and when we wrap up the public hearing, we'll make sure Mr. Jewell can answer that question and other questions.
I'm sorry. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Right. My biggest question is, you'll notice there is a tiny little section that comes out onto Birmingham Avenue. Oh, and by the way, I live at 1823 Birmingham and also own some property up on Wisteria Avenue as it continues west of there. My only concern is that area of property coming up to Birmingham and access to Birmingham, and any traffic that could come into there in any way that could be used to access the backside of the property to that. That's basically the only thing that I have as a concern for this project, other than the things that have already been mentioned, our proximity to Ellerby Creek and our already flooding and water issues as they are. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. And like I said, we'll make sure Mr. Jewell can answer that at the end of the public hearing.
Thank you.
Next is Paige Polk. I don't believe she is still with us. And so our final person that is with us is Paul Sherblum.
Good evening. I'm Paul Sherblum, 1814 Birmingham Avenue. I don't have an objection. Really, I have two concerns. The first is that they're proposing, when they met with the neighbors, a 3-story building in a neighborhood that is predominantly 1-story and with an occasional 2-story home. And the other is just the potential for increased foot and vehicle traffic on Birmingham Avenue. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's it for individuals who signed up. Again, we'll give it a moment. If you would like to speak on this item and you haven't spoken yet, you can press *9. You can digitally raise your hand and we'll recognize you. William Bender, you're recognized to speak.
Yes. I, along with my mother, live at 1820 Birmingham Avenue. And one of the concerns I have is if you are heading north on Birmingham, right at where that section of Wisteria comes into Birmingham, there's a hill there. On the north side of Birmingham, with the duplexes and triplexes, the amount of residents that live in those homes, it basically becomes a 1-lane road on the north side of Birmingham. So if there is going to be traffic access from this development onto Birmingham, there needs to be some serious viewing as far as no parking signs, enforcement of that, because it's honestly a traffic hazard. If you're coming south between the rows of cars, you're pretty much stuck in the dead center of that hill. And the fact there hasn't been an accident up to this point is a miracle. I guess my other questions is, with it being affordable housing and the unfortunate stigma of violence that sometimes occurs around those types of neighborhoods, what type of studies have been done to show the impact of that on the neighborhood, as well as the impact of property values? And will there be increased police presence, should that become an issue? Those are just my questions.
Thank you. We've got no one else has raised their hand to speak, and Mr. Jewell, you had about a minute or so of time reserved that wasn't used before. So if you would like to answer any of the questions or make a final statement, you're welcome to do so.
Yes, Chair Busby, I'd be happy to. And I do appreciate all the neighbors coming out and speaking. And I really enjoyed walking with Christy and her husband the month before last. Yes, we are quite aware of the situation with the creek down there and some of the erosion and that sort of thing. As you all know, we will be required by ordinance to manage our stormwater for the 1, 2, 10, and 25-year storm to pre-development some way or another. It may end up having to be underground. We hope not, but if we need to, we will. To Mr. Bennett's point, the additional right-of-way dedication is actually on North Duke Street, and that was a requirement of the city and NCDOT. They needed additional right-of-way, so it doesn't affect anything else on the other side of property. And there is a portion of the property actually does connect to Birmingham. It is actually originally, when that neighborhood was platted, Wisteria Road, which, you know, across the street actually goes back to the City of Medicine Academy and Oakley, was originally going to go all the way across to the other side of Duke Street and through that neighborhood. It was closed several years ago. We have shown only one access point on our development plan, and you all know that is the only access point we will be given, and that is to North Duke Street. There will be no vehicular connection to Birmingham, and I believe that also addressed one of Mr. Sherbling's questions about the traffic on Birmingham, and also Mr. Bender's about traffic on Birmingham. We will not be putting cars on Birmingham Avenue. It may be a 3-story building. It may need to be a 3-story building to get up to 20 units on this property. We're not sure yet, but certainly we're committing to a maximum height of 35 feet. And also, I can't speak to the impact of affordable housing in their residents, but I do know that CASA manages their properties as well as builds them and owns them, and they have robust programs of counselors and managers coming into their facility several times a week to work with their residents and see what their needs are and make sure that they stay good neighbors to everyone. Ms. Brandis might want to add a little bit to that or not, but hopefully that's addressed some of the questions that came up. Again, we appreciate the neighbors speaking.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, I'm going to close the public hearing, and commissioners, we will go and this will go down the order in how you raised your hand. So Commissioner Miller, I see you raised your hand first. We'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my first question is for Dan. Where will you put in this you've got such a small area to put a building, where would you put a stormwater control measure? Would it be in the buffer? Would it be in the floodway?
Well, there is no floodway. It could potentially be in the buffer if we're, I'm going to say it's not. There is such a slope over there, and trying to put a stormwater management facility on the side of a hill is just a non-starter.
Yeah, we just looked at a case where they proposed to do just that.
Yeah, and they probably ate up about 3 times the acreages they needed to actually provide the pond on. So
no, they're going to put a retaining wall straight up on the high side and a dam on the low side.
It is a challenge. We may end up putting it underground, Tom, is all I can say.
Would it be underground in the buffer area?
The underground would be under the parking lot.
All right. And so I appreciate that. And I was alarmed to hear the neighbors say that they didn't know you were contemplating expanding the building envelope with a variance when you met with them.
Yes, well, I don't think we did discuss that. That's something that's come up more recently as we started looking at building designs and the parking that it would take to put that in. And I will tell you that the number of units we put in this building will be driven by literally the amount of footprint for building and parking that we can put on this site. And of course, we can only do that if we choose to pursue a variance with the Board of Adjustment, which they may or may not choose to grant. And that is also a robust public hearing process.
But not like this one. So that brings me to my next point is the property, this northern end, where you're planning to build is currently office institutional with a development plan that requires offices, right?
Correct.
And so do you know if that's vested? Is there a site plan that's approved for that?
I'm not aware of that, sir. What I do know is that when we met early with the planning department, we were told that the position was that the development plan stands forever, and since it did not show residential but showed office use instead, we would be required to rezone the property in order to build residential.
Right, but my concern is I believe you said that that the OID plan contemplates building in the expanded buffer that, and if it's not vested, you can't do that. The new buffer requirements trump the development plan.
I would agree with that.
So if somebody wanted to build according to the current development plan, they could build an office building, but they'd be confronted with the same building foot envelope that you've got.
That's exactly right.
So to my fellow commission members, and I also wanted to ask, why is this expedited? Why does this have to move so quickly?
It's the grant cycle, and if Jess is available, I'll let her to speak to that.
No, that's good enough. That's what I wanted to know.
Yes.
Because I wasn't proposing to make it go longer. I just was wondering why we weren't told. We're asked to do something here that's extraordinary and, in my opinion, unlawful. This is the legislative process, changing the law in the city of Durham. And we're asked to contemplate allowing this developer to build in the buffer. Well, there's nothing in the legislative process in our UDO that allows us to do that. Anybody can ask the Board of Adjustment from relief to from zoning rules by going to the Board of Adjustment and getting a variance if you can get one. We cannot anticipate a variance that hasn't been asked for. We can't approve a development plan that has a line on it in a required buffer that isn't allowed. I mean, there's not an option that says, oh, the planning commission or the city council can move the buffer line as part of the rezoning. We can't. You'd have to get a text amendment. We just can't do it this way. I mean, the correct procedure, in my opinion, is for them to ask for the rezoning that they've asked for, and if we they would show the building envelope that's the little one that the law currently allows them to have, and then they go to the Board of Adjustment and ask for a variance and get whatever they get from that. It's not that. That's a quasi-judicial process that's under standards that has to show hardship. I don't think the case for hardship is very good here, but that's not our business. And so I don't think it is correct for us to anticipate a decision that the Board of Adjustment has not made. And even if the Board of Adjustment were to grant a variance, there's no guarantee that they would adopt the expanded building envelope line that's shown on this development plan. I just think that is a wrong way of doing it, and we can't. So that's my procedural objection, and this is so novel, and I hate it when we're presented with these goofy kinds of things, just like we were with the romp, that play fast and loose with our rules and in the correct way of doing business. The people of Durham expect us to do things the right way in the right order. But ultimately what I resent is this is a case where we are asked to, assuming that it's appropriate for us to consider a case that moves a building envelope into a required buffer that's intended to protect the integrity of the environment. Why are we in a situation where, as a matter of policy, because that's what we do, we advise on policy. Why are we in a situation where we're asked to trade affordable housing for environmental protections? Why is there nothing in the staff report that gives us any environmental reason for moving the buffer line? There's not one word in there that says, oh, this buffer can be moved because the environmental situation here on this piece of property is different, and the 100-foot buffer that's in here isn't really required to protect the environment. When we are asked to consider changing environmental protections, there's got to be environmental reasons. And they're not. The reasons here is, oh, we want affordable housing, so it's a contest between the environment and the affordable housing. Environment loses. I don't like that contest, but that's what's presented here. Can anybody, anywhere, give me an environmental reason for us to consider why we should move this stream boundary buffer? I don't think there's a good one. And I don't think it's correct to put us in this situation. And if we are to be put in this situation, then we should talk about environmental reasons for changing environmental protections. So I have to vote against this. I would vote for it if the building envelope expansion provisions weren't on here. Does that mean that this property is constricted to a very small building envelope? Yes, it does. It's evident that when these developers talked with the neighbors, that's what they were thinking about. So they thought they could get 20 units on that site. So if they thought they could do it then, unless something has changed that hasn't been described to us during the course of this hearing, then I would, if we could take that expansion thing out of there, and say 20 affordable units in a 3-story building located on this site, and have a committed element that says that the stormwater control measures would not be built in the buffer. And of course, we've seen developers want to do that. Then I would vote for this. But I do not like the idea that we're going to be, we're asked as a matter of policy to advise the city council to forget the buffer requirement, which the city adopted in the UDO to protect the stream, to throw that out. That's just not advice I can give. So that's my position on it, and I hope you'll see it that way too. I'm for the affordable housing project. I know CASA, and I believe they do good works. I have a CASA project near where I live, and it's very nice. And I don't believe that there are any crime issues or anything like that. And I believe, just from my own observation driving by it, that property is now got some years on it, and it looks just like the day it was new. So that doesn't worry me. And I believe that you can get in and out on North Duke Street. And I believe that although it's a busy street, there's capacity that will handle whatever kind of traffic these 20 units will throw on the street. I would vote for it, but I just hate the idea that we are asked to advise the city council to reduce a buffer, especially when, in my opinion, procedurally, we can't do it.
Thank you. Commissioner Durkin?
Hi. So Michael Stock, I want to call on you to respond to Mr. Miller's comments. And I would like to note that on the site plan that we have, the secondary building and parking envelope is noted as allowed at site plan. And if, Michael, can you clarify if the site plan stage would require them to have received the variance to expand the envelope?
Hi, Michael Stock with the Planning Department. Yes, through the site plan process, they would need to go through the variance to take advantage of that expanded building envelope that they show on the development plan. So the development plan, I agree with Commissioner Miller that this is a kind of a novel situation, but the only thing that this development plan does is identify and be transparent as to what the applicant may be asking for at site plan and limiting it to that extent. Mr. Miller, I mean, he can correct me if I'm wrong, but if he's stating that you can just seek a variance on any dimensional requirement, which is generally true, then just showing the one building envelope means that then they can go ahead and without being transparent about what they'd like to do, they can go and seek any kind of extensive variance that they, and hopefully get it or not get it or get something in between. So what it's doing is being transparent, showing that second building envelope as all it is as a possibility. That's all they're going to ask for, to that maximum extent. They might get less than that. They might need less than that. They might not need anything at all and might be able to stay within the primary building envelope. So that's all that building envelope is showing. So I hope that answered the question. And Commissioner Durkin, please ask me a follow-up question if I didn't get that for you.
Sure. I'm happily satisfied with that answer. I'm sure Tom is not. Tom, do you want to weigh in really quickly? And then we're going back to me. But
in other words, it's possible to be
conversation going.
Oh, it's possible to be transparent without showing a line on a development plan that, in my opinion, the UDO does not permit.
If I may say, the UDO requires showing building envelopes.
It does require showing building envelopes.
So if I may continue, just like in other situations with access points, there have been conditions on access points where if NCDOT allows it or if some other condition happens. So it's the same process. It's the same.
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out also, Mr. Saft. This is not the first time we've seen an at site plan point.
I beg to differ. It's different. When you have, it's a question of what's lawful. Right now, the UDO denies us the ability to show a line there. In the places where if the DOT allows it, it's lawful. This is not something anybody can give.
I would disagree with that. And Michael, Staff, if you want to add to that, because I'm sure you've had more deep conversations.
I was just going to say, it's not granting anybody anything. It's showing the extent to which they may ask for that variance. That is it. It does not grant it. It does not do anything beyond showing that extent. So if they take it off, then we can open it up to a complete extent and they can ask for a variance into all the way to Birmingham Avenue or all the way further south. So you're more than welcome to take that off, but then they can seek the variance well beyond what they're showing.
Yeah, they can't ask for a variance over a state requirement. The city doesn't.
Yes, they actually can. There's a process. It's in the noose. There's a process for variances, and they would have to go through the state. And they would probably get it, and they would probably get it because the site is primarily encumbered to a point of possible takings that if they don't get the variance, there would be issues. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not making a legal argument, but just based upon my planning practice, that would be the issue.
But if they can ask for it and draw a line on the map.
Hi, it's my turn.
Except for, I'm sorry, if you can ask for the line on the map, that's fine. But if the state gives you a right, whether the line's on there or not, you can still ask for it. The line doesn't change it.
Commissioner Durkin, you can continue.
Yeah, I would actually like to refocus the frame of this project and the questioning and go back to the fact that we have a really exciting affordable housing project in front of us by a developer who has a very good track record, who manages their own housing, who provides housing, stable, safe, secure, affordable housing for people, and I would like to go back to that. And I just wanted, because I'm always curious about this, I have a couple of questions really quickly for Jess Brandes, just what your financing is and the population, if there's a special population you're looking to have housed at this project.
Sure, Commissioner Durkin. And I think I heard earlier that Karen Lotto was on the call, so if she's still on there, if she wants to jump in and add anything afterwards. We have sought dollars from the City of Durham through the Affordable Housing Bond. And staff has given a recommendation for funding for that, and that would cover about 75% of the project cost. The balance of funds we're seeking from the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency. They're the group, the Housing Finance Agency has the deadline coming, requires zoning approval timely, but it would be those two funding sources, which are typical for us to finance that. And we would be targeting Durham folks under 30% of area median income, so considered by HUD extremely low income. Our typical tenant in that income group has experienced homelessness and has an income, at those low ends of the income spectrum.
That makes it even better. Thank you. I'm definitely a yes for this one.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Durkin. Commissioner Amendolia, and then if you want to speak and you haven't, get your hand up. If not, we're gonna make a motion after Commissioner Amendolia's comments.
Sure, and I'll try and be brief. Thank you, Chair. First, just a curiosity question. I know the term on this is 30 years, and I'm curious how CASA anticipates handling what happens when that 30-year period is over.
Sure, we, 30 years deed restrictions is typical for us, and at the end of the period, usually by then on a rental project, especially a stick-built multifamily rental development's been sort of pretty lived in after 30 years, so typically there it needs significant redevelopment. So the choice is either a sale, often we'll try to see if we can sell it to another nonprofit, or a redevelopment of the site. We have some units that have ended their period of affordability since we've been around for almost 30 years. So we have some units, and we've done a mix of those things. Sold some, repurposed some. We're working right now with a land trust to see if we can sell some to the long-term tenants that have been in the unit. So something novel that we're trying to investigate, because we want the units to stay affordable long-term. But 30 years is a long time. So a lot of things will be different in there.
Thank you. And it's awesome to hear that y'all are getting to have real life experience of this right now, so that in 30 years we can hopefully be well prepared to help these units stay affordable. I am in favor of this proposal, and the one comment I did want to make that I feel like we do need to explicitly state tonight is just to call out the notion that affordable housing means that there might be increased crime or devalued property rates. That is a narrative that I personally am not buying into. And I don't think it's something that we should permit or think is okay on this planning commission. Thank you.
Commissioner Lanfried.
Thank you. I had one follow-up question, and sorry if this was addressed somewhere and I missed it. One way to get more space for the building would be to have less parking area. And I saw, that there was some discussion at some point about how you were going to try to get approval for fewer than 2 spaces per unit. So this is a question for the proponent, if you were able to secure that, or what the plan would be, especially since it sounds like many of the residents of this project may not have their own cars in the first place.
Commissioner Lanfried, this is Dan Jewell. Yes, again, you cannot grant a parking reduction, but we will be seeking a parking reduction at the time of site plan approval. There are various ways to do that. The easy ones are bus route, additional bicycle parking, that sort of thing. In this case, we will probably go through the process to get a letter from a traffic engineer stating that we need fewer parking spaces, because as Ms. Brandis can attest, if these residents own cars, they only own one, and many of them don't own any. So we will reduce that to the maximum extent based on CASA's long experience.
If I may, Commissioner Lanfried, and I apologize to you, Dan. The ordinance actually grant for affordable housing units that meet the definition of affordable housing dwelling units, which this project would. There's no minimum parking requirement. So it would be understandable that they will be doing some parking because you have to accommodate people who might have a car or deliveries and stuff like that. But there is no minimum parking for any unit that qualifies as an affordable housing dwelling unit through the UDO.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you.
You had even more authority than I thought you did. Thank you.
And Commissioner Williams to wrap us up.
All righty. Thank you, Chair Busby. Commissioner Amendolia, I wanted to say thank you for your comments, because that is 100% accurate. As I watch crime trends, they do not tend to occur more frequently in affordable housing areas. They tend to occur more frequently in the more affluent neighborhoods. So by moving people in who greatly need housing, is a very unfair assumption that your crime rate will go up. Commissioner Lanfried, I am glad that you posed that question as far as the parking reduction, and I wanted to let you know, because I do frequent that area. There's a bus stop right there, like literally within less than 1/8 of a mile, and there's a couple on that stretch. that actually serve the Duke Street area. They branch off, they go across towards where Durham Regional Hospital is, pick up Roxborough Road. It's a big loop. So they won't be lacking in transportation in that area. And I'm glad that the affordable housing requirement does not have a maximum on spaces, as I know foot traffic and bike traffic is something that we try to encourage. However, I do discourage anyone from riding a bike on Duke Street between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9:15 a.m. and between the hours of 3 p.m. and approximately 6:15. And if it's sunny outside, you can go all the way to 8 p.m. So with that being said, I'm definitely for this project. I think it hits a lot of the marks, and I think that it should be encouraged. And I think that it is a very stable target that we actually need to be reaching towards and opposed to against, given this particular area, and it just makes good sense.
Thanks, Commissioner Williams. I'll take a motion at this point for approval.
Mr. Chair, in connection with case Z2000039, CASA North Duke, I move that we send this forward to the City Council with a favorable recommendation.
Second.
I missed the second.
I second.
Thank you. So Commissioner Miller moved it, Commissioner Cutright seconded. We'll have the roll call vote.
Amendolia,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Chair Busby,
Yes.
Cameron,
Yes.
Cutright,
Yes.
Durkin,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kenchin,
Yes.
Lanfried, Yes. Miller,
No.
Morgan,
Yes.
Cease,
Yes.
and Williams.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It passes 11-1.
Thank you, everyone. Ms. Smith, it's been 2 hours. Do we need to take another break?
Technically, we do, so break time.
Okay, we've got 2 more items, and I think they both are going to take a little bit of time. Is that correct? So we'll be back in 10 minutes, everybody. Welcome back, everyone. We've got 2 items left this evening, and the first is case TC2100001. This is the Omnibus 16 text amendments to the UDO, and we'll start with the staff report.
Thank you again, Chair Busby, Michael Stock with the Planning Department, and Chris, if you could pull up that presentation. Hopefully Chris is there. There we go. Thank you, Chris. So yes, before you tonight is the 16th Omnibus. I don't know if there's a special, but the 16th Omnibus that has been presented to Planning Commission throughout the life of the Unified Development Ordinance. And what this presentation is meant to just kind of hit on some of the highlight topics. Of course, we can talk about anything that you'd like to talk about within it, but I tried to identify some of the more juicier parts of the omnibus. Next slide, please. And here's a list, just to kind of common amendments to the common review procedures, changes to approved development plans, some use changes involving shelters and meal centers and co-living and event venues, changes to height allowances, the small lot option clarification, buffers along rights of way, and street connection notice signs, which seems to have made a lot of people very interested. Next slide, please. So briefly, for common review procedures, we are amending both the pre-application conference and the neighborhood meeting requirements to allow for multiple meetings. Currently, they are in the singular. We can only require one. But as we are, as staff, especially within the land use team, are looking to improve the application process for the land use cases that the Planning Commission sees, and also engagement and access by community stakeholders. We are amending it simply to allow for requiring more meetings if necessary. The other change is to remove some published notice requirements that are not required by state law. They have proven to be very costly to applicants, and for these quasi-judicial hearings, we're not talking, we do talk about sometimes applicants that are developers, for instance, but a lot of the quasi-judicial applicants are also just everyday citizens that are looking for certain exceptions or something for that the ordinance would allow through a minor special use permit or something. Mailed notice is still required. Postings are still required. We're just removing the published notice, and then also the notice through the public listserv email list will still happen also, and that helps reduce costs for the application itself too. Next slide. Changes to approved development plans. This is a big one in terms of codifying how older development plans are interpreted. As you may be aware, we have development plans that reach back to the early 1970s, and there are different standards and requirements for them, and the current and past planning directors have used a set of procedures that were not codified to interpret those plans, and the current planning director had asked that we do actually codify them. So that's what we're doing tonight. We're also trying to clarify what comes about as an amendment to a development plan instead of actually just changing the zone. Planning Commission has seen these every so often where it's something that's just amending the current zoning development plan. It's not really seeking a true rezoning. They might want to change a committed element or such, and we're trying to codify what qualifies for that. It doesn't change the approval process, but it makes it more apparent or transparent or clearer what's actually being requested. And then also to just clarify, make it more explicit that the affordable housing bonus is going to be allowed no matter what. It doesn't have to be identified on the plan to use it. That's the way it currently works now, but it's not as explicit as it could be, so we're making it more explicit. Next slide. Uses. We're adding the term co-living use to replace rooming and boarding house uses, use and definitions. Those are two use. Rooming and boarding house unfortunately has a negative connotation, but they also extend back to zoning ordinances from the 60s and 70s and 80s. They're just holdover definitions, and especially with the change to the definition of family, we came to realize that these two definitions, rooming and boarding house, were kind of antiquated, and the co-living definition seemed to be a more appropriate replacement. As you'll see in the changes, there are certain areas that they would be allowed by right, but then also a significant number of areas, especially in residential areas, that they would need a minor special use permit. Expanding allowances for shelters, food pantries, and meal centers. Those are currently limited to, say, 3 or 4 zoning districts and require a major special use permit. Staff believes that there shouldn't be such limitations on these very important civic uses, and we've expanded allowances for that accordingly. And then also there was a request to clarify event venues were handled. They were currently handled as a nightclub, which is kind of odd in its own right, but it wound up kind of working that it just kind of merging it with conference centers and retreat houses and such. Next slide. Height allowances. Revising certain height allowances to actually kind of make them more consistent across the board, especially with the RSM additional height allowance and the OI and CG height allowances. For the RC additional height allowance, and this is where I'd like to stop for a bit, because I saw there was some, or at least it was brought to my attention that there was some INC chatter about changing the height allowances within compact neighborhood tiers as a whole, and that's just not correct as to what this does. This is very focused on just one zoning district called the residential compact district, which is allowed in the compact neighborhood tier, but what it does is it focuses on, in this district, it has this area that limits height to 45 feet if it's at the edge of the compact neighborhood tier and adjacent to residential uses. All this request does is say, hey, there might be a circumstance where it might be warranted to at least ask for additional height, and providing the minor special use permit process to do that. That's all it does. There are just a handful of RC zone sites in Durham as it is. The one that you're probably most familiar with, or might be most familiar with, is the one that was just recently approved for Farrington Road. There's one down in Triangle Metro Center, and there's a couple in the Golden Belt, Austin Avenue area. All these sites are, except for the Farrington Road one, which was just approved, have been developed. And actually most, as far as I can remember, actually wouldn't even qualify to be in that 45-foot zone anyway. So that's all that standard is doing. There's not a blanket compact neighborhood tier height change for anything except for what it's limited to for the RC district. And then for the last bullet point, adding some additional flexibility for the design districts and the S2 design districts for just in the S2 sub-district, to allow for a step back or a material change if they wanted to get additional height. And that is, and if they wanted to get additional height, the only thing that they could be doing that for would be for affordable housing. And there's a project downtown with the Durham Housing Authority that is looking to go use a little bit more height. So the step back or a material change. Next slide. And then finally, clarification on project boundary buffers. Many planning commissions may recall that they approved a set of tree and landscaping amendments that were brought to you by staff and Trees Durham, and focused on buffers around mass grading. We were taking a look at the right-of-way exemptions, and we felt that that was overlooked, and that the real intent was that whether if you're doing mass grading on a residential project in the suburban tier, you should be providing some sort of project boundary buffer. The right-of-way exemption was still there, and we're just kind of removing that to fortify that intent of buffering such sites. And then finally, something that has kind of dawned on us as we hear more projects coming forward about neighborhoods not realizing that street stubs we're going to connect to other neighborhoods and such, is that requiring some sort of signage that it would be for new projects. We won't be able to go out there and start putting signs up for all the subdivisions out there with all the stubs, but to put some sort of visual notice that says, hey, this street's going to connect somewhere someday. Maybe it might not be in the next year or so, but not to take anybody by surprise if they think that they're living on a dead-end street and that it will never connect to anything in the future. So if we're going to have those requirements in the ordinance, and even requirements that require stubs to be designed like cul-de-sacs, which give even more of a feeling that that's the end of the street, we owe it to people to at least give them some heads up. That's the extent of my presentation. Again, I'll be happy to answer any questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stock. We're going to open the public hearing, and we have two individuals who signed up. I see at least one. We have Mimi Kessler and Mary Molina, and I see Miss Kessler is with us, so we will start with her.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good to have you with us.
Thank you. My name's Mimi Kessler. I live at 1418 Woodland Drive in Durham. I'm going to ask the Planning Commission if you would please to not approve this tonight. I have a lot of concerns that I can't cover in 3 minutes. But partly it's because I feel like that there are, I have come to look at these omnibus text amendment changes as being ominous text amendment changes. And I think that there is a great deal in here which are more major changes than the prior presentation delivered. I think that if you're going to take the height from 45 feet to 75 feet, that is a major zoning change, and that a minor special use permit does not really cover it. And I don't think that there's any way for neighbors to know that their neighborhoods are changing in that way. I'm confused by why we have wider driveways when I thought we were going to be having narrower and ribbon driveways. I'm happy that they want to have native plants be the types of specimens that replace vegetation. I don't know where to buy native plants. I would like to know, because I would like to do that too. I have concerns about the planning director having the sole discretion to make concessions on development agreements which have been approved by elected officials without having some sort of public process. There's just a lot here that I feel like is much more major in terms of changing what can be built from what people expect. And I'm concerned about the lack of transparency about it. And so I'm hoping that you will do something where you can spend more time with the details, which I can't really go into at this point. That's, I guess, all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Kessler. And Mary Molina doesn't appear to be with us, but if anyone else who's with us would like to speak, you can digitally raise your hand. Again, you can just press *9 and we'll recognize you. So I don't see anyone else, so we're going to close the public hearing. And commissioners, if you would raise your hand. Commissioner Miller, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll take responsibility for the not understanding the narrow nature of the 7545 use permit. I read the text the way it was presented in attachment A and concentrated my mind on the distance from the tier boundary as opposed to being limited to the RC zoning district. And that's my bad. It's one of those things a mistake I don't think I would have made if I had seen the entire text. But I also know that you can't, with an omnibus, you can't throw the whole zoning ordinance on us. So I'll take responsibility for that. I still have some misgivings about it, but I acknowledge what Michael said. It's a much more narrowly applied exception to the current rule than I assumed it was. Looking at page 1 of attachment A, this one or more mandatory pre-application conferences. While I appreciate what the staff is doing here, I don't believe that passes muster under the 5th and 14th Amendments. That isn't, to be valid, a law has to be, you have to know what's required of you from the first reading. And so if it says one, you know that you have to do one. If it's one or more, you don't know how many you have to do. And you have to be, for the law to be valid, you have to know from the reading. It can't be, this doesn't say how a second one or a third one might be required, who would require it, how it would come about. I just don't think it's a valid way to do this. I would not mind if that we kept the current text and then had a comment that say that it might be useful to have more than one, because I can't dream up a thing that a schedule that would say in this case you're going to need 3 and in that case 2 is enough. I just don't see how you can do it. I appreciate what's being attempted here, but I do not believe the provision in 3.2.2b passes muster. It is vague on its face and violates the 5th Amendment. Like I said, I have a problem with that. And the same is true with 3.2.3a, because it contemplates one or more neighborhood meetings. And it also says that the meetings have to be according to planning department procedures. Well, that's the incorporation of procedures, which may be really good procedures, but it essentially delegates to the planning department to the legislative authority to create requirements. And I don't think that the city has that authority. Now, it could say, according to planning department procedures published, October 1, 2020, and then that would be a valid incorporation by reference of material outside the ordinance. That's allowed, but it doesn't do that, and so it's not competent in my opinion. And then if you go to 3.2.3b, I get what's being talked about there, and I think it's a great idea. And this may actually be the way to resolve some of these other things, to establish a communication or engagement plan. Well, what is such a plan? What are the elements of it? As somebody who reads this, they need to know what's expected of them, and this doesn't tell them and doesn't send them to a place where they can learn. Even if it did, why have it be communication or engagement when I think it's referring to the same thing? Why can't it just be an engagement plan? Communication or engagement just gives two names to one thing, unless something different is contemplated in those two words, in which case we better explain it. So those are my concerns there. On the next page, I really appreciate what's been done with regard to improving clarity in the ordinance about identifying sites of historic or archaeological importance. And so I just, it's a stink I raised, and I appreciate everybody's willingness to fix it. So I'm very grateful to everybody for their support for that and for the staff working on it. Looking at page 4, I think you've got a couple of comma faults, but I'm going to skip over those. So at the bottom here, we're in this whole business about changing development plans. I think our approach to this is inverted. In other words, it says, if you do any of these things, you must get a rezoning. The problem is I don't think we've listed enough things, because we have commitments that regularly show up in development plans that are not contemplated here. And if you don't list them, we don't have a catch-all. If we do, I didn't see it. That it sends a signal, well, you just can ignore these commitments because you don't have to get a rezoning or a development plan change. It worries me. I think the other way to do it is that you have to get a rezoning or a development change for any change except, and then make a list of known exceptions, and then confine their scopes that they are not significant. Because otherwise, I think we're playing fast and loose with the public, especially organizations and groups that work with developers to refine development plan commitments. I think it's a dirty trick on them if they work really hard to create these commitments and get them worked into development plans, if they can be subsequently changed after a conversation with the planning director that doesn't necessarily involve all the stakeholders. And then finally, this is a point that I've made over and over again, investing the planning director with discretionary decisions, that the discretionary decision-making authority to change the rules that guide development, whether in the UDO or in a development plan, in my opinion, is an unlawful delegation of power. The general statutes contemplate ways of changing those things, and invest the authority to make those changes in the Board of Adjustment, not the planning director. The planning director has certain interpretive power that's subject to Board of Adjustment review, but this is basically saying you can go to the planning director without due process and get him to agree that this change is allowed to a development plan without anybody knowing, without there being notice and hearing. The General Assembly has thought about that, doesn't allow it unless you go through the Board of Adjustment with due process. So, I mean, those are my concerns there. I have a little bit of concern with the distinction being made between map changes, map rezonings, and amendments to development plans. The general statutes, especially as they've been rewritten in 160D, contemplate two kinds of changes: text changes and map changes. Durham is now creating a third change. I personally, because the procedures are the same as a map change, it's just a map change. And I don't know exactly why we're doing it. I would prefer to deal with this as a comment saying that a change to development plan is technically a map change, but we are going to call it something different. That's fine, but setting up a zoning procedure that contemplates something that the general statutes don't seem to contemplate concerns me. And I think we could be clear about obsolete commitments. I don't think that that is, and I'm at the bottom of page 5. I don't think that's clear enough. I get the commentary and I appreciate it, but I think it could be a little bit clearer about what the grounds for obsolescence are. All right. This whole provision I'm on page 6 now. This is now sub E. There's this provision, which, as you know, has worried me for a long time and was created by the General Assembly's requirement that all rezonings, map changes and rezonings, be signed off on by all affected property owners. When they did that, they messed up our ability to effectively change development plans where the developer has already sold off some property. He then has to go off to all the homeowners and get them to sign on to his rezoning, which they may or may not do. I admit that it's a legislative conundrum, but I don't think giving the planning director to decide when the developer has to do that and when he doesn't, giving the planning director authority fixes it. Again, I think it's an unlawful delegation of discretionary power to fix it. I think that we've got to come up with another way. It may even require a charter amendment. And then of course, we run into it with great big projects, and we've seen it. I think development plans that cover hundreds of acres, like the Crowsdale development. That's where you're going to see it when times change. And I mean, we've been building according to that development plan for 20 years. It's at the time it was created, a developer could change his development plan without going to everybody he'd sold a lot to and getting them to sign on. But now they have to. And I don't think the planning director can undo that. So anyway, if you would then go to Michael, I took from your presentation that you've already anticipated this thing. We've created this new term that you call co-living or co-housing. You called it co-living. I like co-living. Co-housing is something that is in the general parlance out there, not within the definition of our co-housing, co-living definition that's proposed here. Co-housing is a type of unit ownership. And what we're talking about with co-living is rented space. And I suppose you could have rented co-housing, but it's, again, I don't see why we need two names for the same thing. And I would take co-housing out of it, because the common understanding of that is not what is, it doesn't correspond with the definition. And then that's repeated again as we go through those provisions, the charts and tables that relate to the use table. Again, I've talked a little bit about this use permit for it having to do with the RC zone. And I'm sorry, I misread that. I just read the language that says that when a building is within 150 feet of the perimeter of the compact neighborhood tier, where the tier joins any property, there's additional height of 75 feet is allowed through a use permit. I did not realize that we were, and I should have, it's my mistake, that it's limited just to that RC zone, which actually, you're correct, we have not used very much throughout the county. I'm just going to say, and then we have the thing where we allow for, in the dimensional requirements for the suburban and urban tiers for OI and CG to go from 50 to 55 feet. I will tell you, if you did not know already, that to the people in Walltown, this whole height limitation in CG for 50 feet is a big deal. And to change it without direct consultation with them, in my opinion, is a mistake. They're desperately concerned about the redevelopment of Northgate, which currently operates under a 50-foot height limit. They cannot get a very clear answer from the developer about whether the developer is going to ask for a rezoning of that property or redevelop it within the current rules. And they are concerned that the developer will proceed under the current zoning and consequently avoid the public hearing and public scrutiny and discretionary decision-making that would come with a rezoning. And to give them even 5 more feet, the developer 5 more feet, without direct consultation with the neighborhood for whom this 50-foot rule is everything, in my opinion, is a political mistake. I mean, it may make logical sense, but I think they need to be consulted and asked to buy into the logic or given an opportunity to oppose it and present their own logic. But doing it this way in an omnibus is not the right way to go. And I believe that the council will probably agree. And so I kind of share Mimi's concern, and you people who are in the development community will know this. We are requiring developers to use native species, and I think that's a really cool idea. We've got places in here where it's kind of limited to Durham, but this expands it to the Piedmont, or at least the larger region. But are there nurseries and sources out there where you can buy the kind of plant material that are native in the quantities that are required here? I mean, I have visited the places where developers buy trees and shrubs. They are vast acreages with trees planted like corn in rows. I don't think I have ever seen native species in that kind of quantity out there. And I worry that maybe we're expecting too much, but I could be wrong. So with regard to this S2 change about the setback, Michael, help me understand. So right now, if I understand it, in the S2, in the design district, in the downtown district and in the CD district, when you are in S2 and you've got a building with a podium, at the podium level, you have to have a step back of a certain number of feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
This says that if you change material at that place rather than stepping back, then you're good.
Yes.
The whole point of step backs is to prevent, because it's in these design districts, you have to build to a build to line, which is right up on the sidewalk, is to prevent creating canyons. If we do away with the step back, then we are defeating by allowing a material change. In other words, I brick up to a certain point and then I switch to fiber cement panels. We're still creating a canyon, and I think we're defeating the design purpose of the rule. These are design districts. I think it's wrong, and I oppose that.
So just so we understand.
Okay, I want to understand.
There is no step back requirement if you're meeting the base height requirement in S2. So there's not going to be a step back. The step back is currently only required if you go to the additional height of 65 feet.
Right. It's with provisions.
Right. And the only provision right now is if you're providing affordable housing.
Right. I get it.
The problem is that was brought to the director's attention is that the cost of doing step backs is really high. The structural changes, the structural components that need to be done for buildings to do step backs is high. So, and this was brought to us because primarily due to the DHA redevelopment that's happening. I believe it's on Elizabeth and Maine or around there. So what we felt was, okay, we saw some need for some potential relief there. So instead of just getting rid of the step back, provide some visual change in the facade itself. A 10-foot setback at 65, from at the 35 feet, yeah, not having it might cause a little bit of canyon, but not to the extent. I think you have to go a lot higher to get.
But you can go a lot higher with provisions, can you not?
You can't. You can only go to 65 feet. So, and in some cases, really only 35 feet. But if you're doing the additional provision of, in this case, the only additional provision is affordable housing in the S2, then you get the 65 feet, but you have to do either the step back, which it currently requires, or we're adding in the building materials change.
How important is the building materials change? To me, that's just kind of an artificial thing.
Well, we felt that there was some aesthetic importance to it. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm buying it, but thank you for explaining it.
No problem.
And then,
any additional comments?
Yes.
Okay.
So again, in the definition, I would call it co-living and take away or co-housing. And then I would look at that sentence again and read it out loud in front of the mirror. I think the grammar is a little goofy, and I think it gets goofy because we have a comma after the word a dwelling unit, comma. I don't think you need a comma there, and I think it sends a false signal to the reader about how to read the rest of it. It should read a dwelling unit where, not a dwelling unit where. There should not be a pause there. I think that could be better written, but I do understand what it means. And so, again, it's co-living, it isn't co-housing, and the people who are involved in co-housing, I think would agree with me that they don't want to get tangled up with this definition.
Commissioner Miller, I think you bring a good point with that. We can remove that.
Right, I appreciate it. So those are my comments. There are quite a lot of them. Some of them I think are very, very important. I would like to have a better way of dealing with all these things, especially with changes to development plans and also development plan changes to rezonings involving established development plans where the developer ostensibly has to go out and get permission from homeowners about it. I think we have to structure things differently there rather than giving the planning director discretion to allow changes that don't involve any kind of consultation with the people to whom the changes might be very, very important. So those are my comments, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the members being patient with me while I went through them. Because some of these are so big, I'm going to vote against this. However, if we want to delay this for a cycle, I would certainly, so that we can work on some of this, I would certainly support that motion.
Thanks, Commissioner Miller. Commissioner Baker.
Yeah, I don't have as many comments as Tom does, but he brought up two things that stood out to me. One thing is the co-living definition, and I agree that it should be co-living. Although I would also be very interested in adding a definition for co-housing or cooperative housing, because I don't think that there's currently one, and I do think that it's a kind of housing that we should and would like to encourage. And especially if we had a definition and expanded the potential use of co-housing throughout the city, not co-living, but co-housing. And the other issue was the CG issue, because I was thinking the same thing with that Commissioner Miller brought up. And I was just curious, and maybe you mentioned this already, but could you just remind me what was the motivation behind eliminating the rooming and boarding and changing the definition as it is to co-living, and also what was the motivation behind the CG proposal here?
Sure. First, with the CG, I want to make a clarification for Northgate Mall is zone CC, not CG. So this obviously changing the height for CG is not going to impact Northgate Mall or.
No, that's not correct, Michael. It's half CG, half CC.
I verified with staff. It's almost, there might be a small portion that's CG, but primarily it's mostly CC.
No. That's wrong.
Okay. The changes are really to bring consistency throughout the height requirements. The RSM allows for 55, RUM and allows for 55 feet. Residential development in the OI and CG districts point to RSM and RUM height standards, and there was just a lot of varying height requirements, and we were just trying to make everything kind of consistent and play well with each other. That's really the only the biggest basis for that. And for co-living, getting rid of the rooming house and boarding house, there are old definitions that just no one really goes by anymore, and the way they're currently worded, they kind of overlap with what is allowed as a family now. So we felt that going with co-living, and we'll gladly remove the reference to housing. I think that's a good point. Grace did say that the Randy's Pizza is CG with a development plan. So sorry to diverge there for a second, but really it's just to modernize the definitions for this kind of single room occupancy type living that is becoming more prevalent and popular, and is a different method. Jim Anthony has brought it up. You may remember with something he's looking into exploring more with his projects. But they're becoming a more prevalent type housing option that we wanted to more explicitly identify in the ordinance. So that's basically it, Commissioner Baker.
Okay. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Amendolia?
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of quick questions and then a comment. My first question is also regarding the change regarding multiple meetings and requiring an engagement plan. I'm just curious if there's like some kind of internal document that is guiding when multiple meetings are required, or something to give us a sense of when a developer would need to hold multiple meetings and what in your mind constitutes an engagement plan.
Thank you. Yeah, that's something we're currently working on now, actually, improving the pre-submittal process for applicants for zoning cases to get community stakeholder involvement earlier in the process and not just at the Planning Commission hearing, but throughout the process itself. And then also to inform and educate potential applicants that engagement needs to extend not only pre-application, but throughout the application process itself. We are working on the documents to be formalized with the pre-submittal conference meetings that we have. There's going to be documents that lay out, and we recognize it might be unique per case, because a zoning case that comes forward that asks to zone a half-acre property from commercial neighborhood to office institutional isn't the same case as Parcel K, right? So there's different levels of engagement that we need to recognize with the applicant that may or may not be warranted, but we didn't want to see we found that the ordinance limited our ability to say to applicants, you really need to do more than just one meeting. And right now the ordinance just says you only can do one more meeting. So we never really thought of the constitutional arguments that Commissioner Miller brought up. We'll definitely take a look at that. And if we need to adjust the wording, we definitely will before we take it to council. Other than that, that's what our intent is. And I don't remember, I haven't been at all your recent planning commission meetings. I can't remember if we as staff have updated planning commission about the changes that the land use section is looking to implement to make the process more equitable, more accessible for community members. And this is really just part of that, and to kind of get the ordinance out of the way and to enable us to do that. And I'm sorry, there might have been another question that you had that I'm not recalling and I didn't write it down.
Hi, Michael. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Grace Smith. I just wanted to point out that we will be bringing an item to you all in April on that agenda, an information item to explain all of this a little better. I'm sorry that the order got reversed, but we had some things that came into play that caused our order of our sequence of bringing these things to get a little bit out of whack. But you will be getting an info item on that next month.
And so I guess as a follow-up to that, can we expect to see some kind of amendment to this line in the future, saying like referencing this item that we'll be receiving in April?
The item in April will just explain what the engagement plan is and some of the other things we're doing around engagement in general. So no, I don't think we'll be changing what we're proposing here. It'll just be a deeper dive for you to understand what we mean by these terms.
Okay.
Thank you for
yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I appreciate that on like the information side for us. I do think, as Commissioner Miller points out, it would be nice to like be able to reference something that residents could then go to know what the process is, because it's hard enough to figure it out as it is, and people usually rely on us or planning staff to determine that. My second question is just kind of like, what is the rationale behind extending the width of driveways?
Oh, okay. Well, the current standard generally is, as you see, 25 feet. Before that, and that was actually a recent change. Before that, it said 25 feet, or if you can go wider if you showed it on a plot plan. So that was the previous standard up until maybe a year ago. We kind of realized that we created a lot of non-conforming situations that way, and didn't account for suburban style development that sometimes wants wider driveways for whatever reason. It doesn't override any of the driveway limitations that were brought up about ribbon driveways and such, because that section explicitly acknowledges that there's other restrictions that the ordinance may come into play, but barring those other restrictions, you can go from 25 to you can go up to 30 instead of 25. It actually just gets rid of a lot of weird non-conforming situations.
Thank you. And then I have a just brief comment about language, and this also applies to the information item on the comprehensive plan. But I would like to see us shift our language from talking about homelessness to houselessness. I think that more accurately depicts what is happening, and I think that people who are experiencing housing insecurity, many of them would claim they have a home, and home is a sense of place and a sense of being, and it's not necessarily bound by a building, but houselessness is a different thing, and I think it's more accurate to what we are trying to describe. That comes up once in these proposed UDO amendments, and I know it's often discussed in the current community goals we have on the comp plan. Thank you, Chair.
I think that's a great point. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Cease?
Thanks. Just two very quick points. One, more as a question. Item 7.1, 7.1.2, the reference to the small lot option, there's a reference there in the second sentence that's been added to the section. And I think I know that the intent there, or I'm interpreting the intent there to be to that paragraph or subsection. I see references elsewhere in the UDO to paragraph. And if you search by section, you're given all of 7.1. It seems to me that that should say either subsection or paragraph, not section, just to avoid confusion of applying that to the broader portion of housing types.
Could you go over that one more time?
7.1, sure, that's on page 16.
Okay.
7.1.2.
Mm-hmm.
There's a clarifying sentence that's been added for the purpose of this section. The floor area shall include garages.
Ah, yes. Okay, sure. Yep, perfect. Thank you.
And then the other comment is just a general one regarding how parking is dealt with across the board. And through the changes to the parking rates, and in particular the co-living point, we've plugged that into where boarding house existed previously, assigning a parking rate of 1 per bedroom. And I think that there will be many instances where that may constitute an oversupply. And I know there's mechanisms with regards to affordable housing, and there's a very small adjustment available for the provision of parking with regards to transit access. But just across the board, I think we need to be thinking more comprehensively about what our required parking rates need to be. And with a use like co-living, recognizing, yes, that those are different, but with co-living, that's a big deal to require one space there just across the board. So, and I'm not suggesting that it be solved here, but I think it needs to be addressed in some way going forward with regards to parking across the board.
We can do that. We can take a look at that even particularly before it goes to council. But you're right. One of the things that's been on our list for a long time is revisiting the overall parking standards. And we've made Band-Aid improvements to it because we do recognize that the base requirements are outdated. I think it unfortunately takes a bit of legwork to come up with, and parking standards just vary all over the place, and there's different ways to tackle them. I think with the comprehensive plan, we might get a better focus as to what we really want to see with our parking standards, because we get a range of concerns from there's not enough parking to let's get rid of minimums completely, and it's definitely something that's on our radar and something that we acknowledge we need to tackle in a more holistic manner. So thank you for bringing that up.
Thanks, everyone. I don't see any additional comments or questions. So at this point, a motion would be an appropriate next step. And a reminder, the chair cannot make a motion, so it needs to be a fellow commissioner.
Chair Busby, in regards to case TC2100001 Omnibus change 16, I recommend we approve this. We recommend this for approval to the city, county, and county commissioners.
Second. Thank you. So moved by Commissioner Amendolia, seconded by Vice Chair Kenshin, and we'll have the roll call vote, please.
Chair, just if I may, just one comment. I do want to say that all the comments that were brought up, we will take into consideration before moving this to council. I don't want to leave the impression to anybody that we're just going to hear them and just say thank you very much. We will take a look at the wording, and if we do feel that we need to adjust the wording or adjust a standard based upon the comments and feedback we received tonight, we will do that before it goes to council.
Thank you.
Okay. Amendolia,
Yes.
Baker,
Yes.
Chair Busby,
Yes.
Cameron,
Yes.
Cutright,
Yes.
Durkin,
Yes.
Kenshin,
Yes.
Lanfried,
Yes.
Miller,
No.
Morgan,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Okay, passes 11-1.
Thank you. And we're on to our final item this evening. This is the comp goals and objective. And just a reminder, this is an informational item this evening, and then we will have a special meeting in April to specifically hear this. So we will not have a public hearing, but there are a few individuals who did sign up to speak. So I do plan to give them the opportunity to speak, especially since they've been here for 5 hours waiting for this opportunity. But we are going to start with the presentation, and then we'll offer the opportunity for input as well. So we'll start with the presentation, please.
Great, thank you, Brooke. Hello, everyone. My name is Carl Kolosna, and I'm a member of the Durham City County Planning Department team working on the comprehensive plan. I'd like to start off by saying on behalf of our team that we're really excited to share the background on the process leading to the draft goals and objectives for the comprehensive plan tonight. These drafts are the culmination of a lot of work, which we'll be detailing tonight. And we know that there's a lot more work that needs to be done, but we just wanted to say that. And before we start, we also wanted to acknowledge the tremendous contributions from so many members of the Durham community to make these goals and objectives what they are. From our engagement ambassadors to members of the outreach team, which we have both here tonight, members of a multitude of boards, commissions, and committees, including, of course, Planning Commission, and staff from a variety of city and county departments, as well as organizations like DPS and many more. This has really been a collaborative effort, and we're really excited to be here. So moving on to the next slide, this presentation is basically split up into 3 parts. So first, I will be summarizing all of the engagement for the plan that's formed the foundation of drafting these goals and objectives, as well as the actual process and some information about how we drafted those goals and objectives themselves. And then we'll be showing how we engaged residents on the draft goals and objectives and our process to revise them once the first draft came out. And then finally, we'll be talking about how these goals and objectives could be used in the short, medium, and long term as a foundation for the rest of the plan and also development review. So going back, engagement for the comprehensive plan kicked off in November of 2019 with a series of 5 workshops as part of this first phase of engagement dubbed Listening and Learning. At these sessions, residents discussed 2 major questions. What does an ideal Durham look like to you? And what else is on your mind about Durham? So for this very first step, staff intentionally posed these 2 broad questions to avoid limiting the scope of conversation to traditional planning topics, and instead to let the feedback and the input that we heard guide the direction of this plan. We wanted to ensure that residents were able to share their needs and concerns, whether or not that feedback fit into a traditional comprehensive plan. In addition, after the last public workshop, we also had an online survey was created and distributed, posing those same 2 questions as in the workshops. And we asked a series of demographic questions of all participants to understand who we heard from and who we still needed to reach. So the model of public engagement around big public workshops or charrettes, they have a lot of names, is something of a standard practice for planning, and one that we anecdotally knew is not adequate to engage the full diversity of Durham. As the comprehensive plan began, the city's equitable community engagement blueprint was being developed, and we knew we'd need to innovate on our traditional approaches to community engagement. This would mean being intentional about engaging those who've typically been excluded from planning processes. And a big part of that is reducing barriers to participation, from lack of childcare, transportation, time to volunteer for free, and a mistrust of local government. There are a lot of reasons why Durham residents were not able or willing to attend the public workshops. And the existence of those barriers to participation speak to how critical it is that we do engagement for the comprehensive plan in a way that includes those voices. So shortly after the 5 public workshops, staff began recruiting for and standing up the Engagement Ambassador program that was focused on reaching those who hadn't participated in the workshops based off that demographic information. So engagement ambassadors are stipended members of the community who have connections to parts of the community that have typically been excluded, marginalized, or ignored by previous planning processes. Engagement ambassadors convened their own small group meetings on the same 2 questions as the workshops and the online survey. And the Engagement Ambassador Program has been really key to furthering an equitable engagement strategy in this work. As seen in the engagement summary document in your agenda packet, the differences in who we reached and what was discussed between the public workshops and the engagement ambassadors was often substantial. And this shows how critical the Engagement Ambassador Program has been in reaching voices that have been so often excluded from these sort of processes. So overall, more than 1,000 residents participated in listening and learning. We can go to the next slide. Roughly 600 residents were engaged through the Engagement Ambassador sessions, and another 400 were reached through the workshops. All of the comments from all 3 methods of engagements were compiled and published on our Engage Durham website. Detailed information about who participated in each of these engagement methods and what was said is available in the listening and learning engagement summary attached in your agenda. So moving on, listening and learning came to a close in February of 2020. So like virtually every facet of life, COVID-19 impacted the comprehensive plan process. Before COVID, our proposed approach was to co-develop goals and objectives with the community at in-person workshops. And so as it became clear that this would not be feasible anytime soon, our approach had to shift. We began exploring the feasibility of equitable engagement in this new environment, transitioning from in-person to largely remote, distanced, and digital engagement methods is in many ways a totally new process. And we have stumbled, learned, and grown like others as we navigate through these challenges. More than ever, our team knows that we have to be intentional about allocating our limited resources to ensure that we're prioritizing engagement for those who are most impacted by the pandemic. This is a learning process, and we're still making adjustments as we go on. So as the pandemic began, we realized that coordination with other groups and projects would be a key way to ensure that residents with limited time and immediate needs could participate. As a very first pilot for gauging the feasibility of engagement, planning coordinated with Neighborhood Improvement Services, the Office of Performance and Innovation, and Neighborhood Improvement Services community partners, Spirit House, Ivywood Consulting, and Upstream Works Collaborative. So by working with groups on topics related to those groups' interests, we were able to be more effective and efficient with our engagement. In coordination with Spirit House and the Transportation Department, we were able to do socially distanced engagement relating to the comprehensive plan through Transportation Safe Streets Initiative, and there's a picture there of that. With Ivywood Consulting and Upstream Works Collaborative Coordination, we were able to engage 2 groups, the Fayetteville Street Adult Fellows on topics like food access, which were important and the focus of their discussion, and a group of students from Hillside High School on affordable housing. So there were a couple of takeaways that we had from this sort of pilot phase of engagement while we were trying to figure out if this was feasible. Many of these are probably obvious now that we've been using these technologies for a while, but at the time we needed to learn them. So using Zoom to do engagement is different and challenging in a lot of new ways. Audio issues, camera issues, internet connections, all of those sort of things were taking place. And then another key takeaway was in response to the pandemic, folks were relying on their existing social networks and connections, and those were really robust. So we found much more success in meeting people where they were digitally, engaging existing groups on topics that they were already talking about or that they were already charged with, and making connections to that work and the comprehensive plan. So after these pilots to supplement the listening and learning information, we had a lot of data and we were ready to begin drafting the goals and objectives. So we have drafted 33 objectives reflecting the needs and priorities that we heard from residents through our engagement. I want to take a couple of minutes here to talk about our process for drafting these objectives in some detail. Dr. Aaron Parrish from the Office of Performance and Innovation gave a great overview of this work back in November at the Planning Commission's retreat, and I'm borrowing heavily from her description here, and she's done an amazing job shepherding us through this process. So to begin with, one of the core values of all of the engagement that has happened with the comp plan is how do we elevate the experiences of residents and their lived experience? And specifically, how do we listen to, respect, and honor the voices of residents who've been disinvested in and actively harmed by planning in the past? The large, rich listening and learning data set has allowed us to do this by filtering according to the kind of engagement that occurred and the demographics of the people who participated in that kind of engagement. So then for any kind of data analysis that you're doing, whether it's qualitative or quantitative, most of it is data cleaning and structuring. So this is a huge data set. We started by sorting every quote that every residence had said into coded topics. So there are about 70 different topics in total. So we created umbrella topics like housing, transportation, environment, and then we looked at what codes might fit under that umbrella. So here's an example for housing. There were maybe 15 or 20 different topics and codes that would fit under housing, such as belonging, gentrification and displacement, growth and development, housing itself is a code, homelessness, and McDougall Terrace. We looked at all of the quotes and the observations coded under the larger universe of housing related topics, and we asked ourselves, what are the patterns that we're seeing? What are the stories that begin to emerge from these voices? And how do we cluster and make sense of those patterns? So we use digital sticky notes to pick illustrative quotes and then cluster them according to themes and shared topic to help organize that information. So next, we worked towards clarity in an iterative process. We moved back and forth between the quotes and what is drafted to understand what people are saying. We answered a series of structured questions. What are these residents saying? What are we hearing? What brings these clusters together and what unifies them? And what does it mean and why does it matter? And then we took an equity lens and we asked who benefits and who is burdened by what we're seeing here, what the current reality of our community is. And finally, we ask, how does this fit into a comp plan? Can we make policies about this? What would policies look like at a neighborhood level and at a community level? And once we can answer all of those questions, we're pretty close to maintaining the source material resident quotes in a draft objective. So then we wrote the draft objectives themselves. We wrote all of these draft objectives in the voice of residents. Every draft objective starts with, we need. So for example, we need dignified, welcoming, and healthy housing. We need innovative housing options, et cetera. And we tried to be very intentional about writing in the voice of residents who shared the source material for these objectives to be true to them. So now we have draft objectives for housing, transit, jobs and training, the environment, public spaces and recreation, education, health and wellness, youth and seniors. These objectives are stories for the kind of future that we want to build for Durham. And one of the bits of feedback that we heard when talking through these with the outreach team is there's a lot of heart in these objectives. And we want these objectives and the goals to reflect our shared values as a community. We want those values to come through in what we're doing in this comprehensive plan and how we're guiding our future together. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Lisa Miller, who's going to talk about how we did our engagement once the initial versions of the goals and objectives were drafted.
Great, thanks, Carl. Before I jump into specifics about how we engaged residents on the draft goals and objectives, I just wanted to talk a little bit about our approach to engagement over the last few months. So once we had draft objectives that we felt were really focused on reflecting back what we heard needs and priorities were for residents, we brought these drafts back out to residents to ground truth them and to see how well they reflect residents' perspectives and hear from residents how to improve them. So before beginning to share these more publicly, we worked closely with our outreach team over a series of several meetings. We talked in detail about each of the drafted objectives. Their early feedback gave us an opportunity to make some edits to provide clearer drafts for the community to review. The outreach team members have been great collaborators and their perspectives on this work have been invaluable. Some of them have been able to join us for this meeting tonight, so I just wanted to take a moment to express appreciation and thanks on behalf of our team for these folks. So early on, we also shared out groups of objectives with relevant staff to hear their concerns, questions, and feedback. In addition, before the objectives were shared out with the community. As with our listening and learning phase of engagement, our engagement was making sure to hear from folks who've been left out of or excluded from these processes in the past. We also continue to focus on reaching young people, Hispanic and Latino residents, and rural residents, since we know we still need to get better at reaching these folks. So starting with our fall 2020 engagement, from the listening and learning sessions, the housing and transit were the most discussed topics that came out of those conversations. So we started our engagement on draft goals and objectives with the housing and neighborhoods objectives. In November and December of last year, we coordinated this engagement with the transit plan team. Engagement ambassadors sought resident input on draft housing neighborhoods objectives alongside input on the transit plan goals and objectives, as well as around priorities for new cycles of participatory budgeting. In addition, the transit plan's online survey included a comprehensive plan section where we shared out top topics from the first round of engagement and asked folks to help us identify anything that they thought was missing. And through this first round of engagement ambassador sessions, we heard from 174 residents. So then moving into our winter phase of engagement, kind of while we were coordinating engagement with the transit plan, we finished drafting objectives based on the listening and learning resident input. And in late December, we began additional engagement around all of the goals and objectives. This engagement included engagement ambassador sessions, again, staff facilitated small group discussions, as well as online input opportunities through our new tool, Social Pinpoint. For the engagement ambassador, since Ideal Ortiz, who's a sub-consultant on the transit plan team, had coordinated the engagement ambassador program for the transit plan, the planning department contracted with Ideal to continue the work with ambassadors during January and February of this year. By continuing to work with Ideal, we had the opportunity to learn from how those sessions went with engagement ambassadors in the fall and build on their ideas and strategies to reach more folks in this round. And they were able to reach 469 residents in January and February. We also included small group discussion engagement where we had a chance to get more in-depth input on the drafted objectives. Our colleagues in the Neighborhood Improvement Services Department have helped us in making connections with several of these groups and have provided staff support for the Spanish sessions as well. So big thank you to those colleagues of ours. We were able to meet with 8 different groups, including around 55 residents. 2 of those sessions were with neighborhoods that have been organizing around their neighborhood's vision in response to development proposals, specifically Bragtown and Walltown. 2 groups were with youth, one with Hispanic and Latino youth. 2 groups were with Hispanic and Latino adults. 1 group was with rural residents, and 1 group was with residents mobilizing around food access during COVID, which is the Fayetteville Street Adult Fellows that Carl mentioned earlier from our pilots over the summer. And all of the participants in these sessions were offered a gift card to either a local Black-owned business or to Food Lion for participating in the sessions. So in addition to this focused engagement, we had a broad engagement opportunity. We can go to the next slide. We also used an online platform, as I mentioned, called Social Pinpoint to supplement the focused engagement. The site was shared out widely through contacts through the city and county, and a long list of organizations that the outreach team helped us compile, which amounted to over 100 different community organizations that we were asking to help us invite people to participate through the site. On the site, residents were able to learn about the process of drafting objectives that Carl just described, to review some or all of the objectives, to provide feedback on a topical group of objectives like the objectives around housing or around transportation, and also to share artifacts such as photos, drawings, and quotes focused on imagining the Durham of their dreams using their 5 senses. So while engaging with residents on the drafts, we've discussed discussed the objectives and sought feedback also from our staff technical team. And we've been working with our colleagues on the land use team within our department, talking through each of the objectives and thinking about how to avoid some of the current pitfalls in our adopted comprehensive plan. Next slide. We've also been working on developing out the remainder of the content for the goals and objectives document. So this slide lays out the basic outline for the final document, and a draft of this was included in your agenda. So it starts by introducing what is a comprehensive plan, as well as our commitment to working towards equity with the plan. It then includes a guiding value statement, which is a commitment by us as local government to overarching values that came through repeatedly in resident input. And those values are also reflected in the objectives. Then there's a quick introduction of the goals and objectives that then leads into the big picture goal statements that are based on topical groupings of objectives. Since both the outreach team and folks who've been engagement ambassadors during the fall or winter have been reviewing and are really familiar with all the objectives, we asked both of these groups to provide feedback specifically on the draft of the guiding value statement and of the goal statements. We've gotten some great suggestions for how to improve these that will be reflected in the revised community goals and objectives document that y'all will see next time we come to you. Next slide. So through the various ways that we've engaged residents on the draft goals and objectives, we've heard where the drafts resonate with residents and where we need to make changes that are either to better align with what residents need or to clarify what's meant, or both. As the engagement period was coming to a close, we've been focused on organizing all the input so that we can spend this month working through the input. We began identifying insights from resident input to revise the goals and objectives, and we're also drafting an engagement summary to share out who we reached in this phase of engagement in the same format as the listening and learning engagement summary that's in your packet. And we plan to have both of these things complete at the end of the month to be considered at a public hearing before you in late April. Next slide. So the final piece that I want to talk about, an important conversation that we've been having internally with other department staff and with residents, is around the breadth of topics and interconnected themes that are covered by the draft objectives. The drafts reflect what we heard from residents that were important needs and priorities in our community. We want to make sure both that we're reflecting back what we heard to the community and also that we're raising awareness within our city and county organizations of these resident concerns. As it relates to the comprehensive plan, we also know that some of the areas of concern for residents don't have as strong of connections to land use. Many of the objectives cover topics that are explicitly about land use and are also typically found in comprehensive plans, things like land use and development, things that the planning department can directly influence, like development regulations, zoning, and environmental protections. For other objectives, the land use connection is not as strong. It may not be immediately obvious how a land use plan could influence some elements of the topics discussed. Some examples include funding for school programs and operations, job training programs and partnerships, youth and senior programs and resources. It's important for residents, for staff, for you all as our planning commission, for our elected officials, to have a shared understanding of what the comprehensive plan can impact and how these objectives will be applied. So we've been working on a strategy to balance those things, the reflecting back and raising awareness of what we've heard from residents, and right-sizing expectations and understanding of the role of these objectives within the comprehensive plan. So to show you all what we're talking about, the following few slides show all 33 draft objectives, which we've color-coded based on the strength of their land use connection. The objectives that are not highlighted have the strongest connection. Those highlighted in yellow have a moderate land use connection, and those highlighted in red have weaker land use connections. The strategy we propose for these is, for the yellow highlighted objectives, while we know that working towards all of the objectives is going to require partnerships with other departments and agencies, it's particularly important for this group. We anticipate partnering with departments and agencies in developing policies to support these objectives together that can be in the comp plan as well as in their plans and programs. For the red highlighted objectives, these will go in the comprehensive plan, but instead of land use policies coming from these objectives, we would essentially have cross-references, first to departments and agencies that are responsible or can influence that outcome, and later to show how those groups are addressing the objective, either through existing or new policies and programs. So again, the no highlight is kind of more of the bread and butter of a comprehensive land use plan. You'll see a number of those on this slide. If you want to jump to the next slide. The yellow highlighted ones are ones where we know that, so for instance, transportation has a lot of state and federal funding opportunities, that working with them to make sure that those projects are working towards the priorities within the objectives is going to be really essential. And we can jump to the next slide. There's a few of the few of the objectives in red here, particularly some of the things around Durham Public Schools operations and Durham Parks and Recreation programming. These things are really important to residents, but are also in many cases not strictly land use issues. So when we shared this approach with the Joint City-County Planning Committee in February, we heard a desire to adopt all of these objectives, regardless of whether the comprehensive plan is the primary method for implementation, to show our commitment to these as a community and to be working towards these. We've already begun working with Durham Parks and Recreation, Department of Public Parks and Recreation, and the Durham Public Schools staff on ways to implement the relevant objectives. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Kayla Seibel for the final portion of our presentation.
Great. Thank you, Lisa. So good evening. My name is Kayla Seibel. I'll be finishing up this presentation with more information on where we go from here. How do we use the goals and objectives? There are two main ways we think the goals and objectives should be used to inform both our work for the comprehensive plan and in reviewing land use cases now. Next slide, please. So one note, as of this month, staff is continuing to revise the objectives so they are applicable in the right ways for land use review and respond to resident feedback. So starting with the land use review process, after the revisions are complete, we are recommending the public interest statement, which is currently used by land use case planners in discussions with applicants, to be replaced by the adopted goals and objectives. Just some background, the interim public interest statement was created using preliminary data we heard from the residents in the listening and learning phase of the comprehensive plan, and was intended to provide interim guidance for land use cases while we worked with residents on the goals and objectives. Specifically, case planners will use the goals and objectives in their review of rezoning and annexation cases, with analysis written in staff reports. Case planners will also communicate to applicants and residents what criteria is now being used to review cases. The current 2005 comprehensive plan may still be referred to and analysis included in staff reports, but now case planners and you, the Planning Commission, have an updated vision from our community to work with. On the next slide, as a quick example, you all recommended approval for a recent case called Harriet's Place. That's a proposal to develop a congregate living facility and or affordable apartment units within the existing building. So if we took this case and took a look at the objectives, we can point to the innovative housing objective as an example of one that could be applied to this project. The objective reads, we need rules for development that allow for new and creative housing options that serve a diversity of needs, income levels, family structures, and lifestyle choices. This objective demonstrates guidance that could be useful in staff and planning commissions and residents' review of cases. Just to caveat this here, the input we've received so far in our revision process is that this particular objective should be revised to include more language about affordability. So we're looking at that right now. On the next slide, we're switching gears to describe how to use the goals and objectives for the comprehensive plan work. We see the goals and objectives as forming the foundation for the plan and guides all the work coming forward. Objectives will lead to county-wide general policy recommendations that apply regardless of geography. And there will also be policies that come out of the objectives that can be tied to land use categories or place types, which recognize geographically relevant priorities or policies that can be furthered more in some areas over others. So, and also we see objectives guiding indicators, data, and metrics that help track the plan implementation. On the next slide, just to provide some very brief examples of policy language that could be derived from the objectives. I'm only going to read the highlighted version, highlighted words on the slide. I want to reinforce that these examples we're showing are only examples, and we've not vetted them by staff or residents. So the first example, using innovative housing, again, in the second paragraph, we have language describing residents' current experiences that reads, current regulations get in the way of innovation, such as small homes and co-living options. One example policy could be allow co-living options in all residential zoning districts. And on the next slide, another example looking at the objective, accessible housing in neighborhoods, resources for thriving lives. The third paragraph reads, we want neighborhoods that promote the presence of quality community resources such as grocery stores with healthy food options, parks and recreation opportunities, local jobs, community health centers, and community schools, as well as safe transit options to access Durham's many city and county resources. An example policy could be incorporate neighborhood scale stores and offices in existing and new residential areas that are designed to serve and be accessible to nearby residents. Just a note here, this is a policy example that could be more directly tied to a place type or a specific geography. On the next slide, I have just a final example of this using the connectivity objective. We have in the third paragraph, we want an interwoven community-wide transportation network that creates complete connections and easy links between walking, riding, and driving. An example policy could be new developments must connect with existing road network and provide an internal road, pedestrian, and bicycle network. Just a note here, this is an example that could be seen as a general county-wide policy or at least applying in some broad areas in Durham. So hopefully that was some helpful examples for how the goals and objectives can be used going forward into the policy work. Next slide. The next couple slides, I'm almost done, I promise, gives an overview of upcoming work. We'll be developing a place type guide that replaces the future land use categories we typically use. They'll be more specific and describe attributes of desired land uses that include building character and placement, parking and street design, and open spaces, and a lot more. We'll also be creating a new future land use plan in the form of a map that has future place types assigned to each parcel. The next slide, the policies and implementation strategies will be ways to implement the objectives either through legislative processes, procedures, or UDO amendments. We received a lot of input that had some really great policy recommendations this round. Just a reminder that how do we achieve the goals and objectives will come during this phase with the policy development. And finally, we'll need measures for how Durham is doing at implementing these goals and objectives. So that'll be part of our work as well. Last slide, finally, as an overview of our immediate next steps, staff is continuing to revise the goals and objectives through March and preparing for the formal adoption process. We'll be back to seek a recommendation from you all on approval of the goals and objectives before going to City Council and the County Commissioners. While this is going on, we're also engaging with residents on the Southeast Durham focus area that was mentioned earlier in your agenda. This is the area in the southeast part of Durham where you're all getting a lot of cases, and we're starting engagement on that work now. So with that, that concludes our information item. Carl, Lisa, and I, along with the rest of our team, are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks to all of you. I really appreciate the thorough presentation and just the enormous amount of work that's gone into this. Before we get to any questions from commissioners, I did want to provide the opportunity for the three individuals who have stuck with us this entire meeting. Number one, to thank them, but they have indicated their interest in speaking. So I do want to give each of them 2 minutes if they're interested in speaking. And so Benita Green, Vanessa Mason, and Mimi Kessler. And so if each of you would like to offer comments, and certainly recognize this comes back to us for an official public hearing in April. We hope you'll come and speak again, but you're welcome to share any thoughts at this point as well. So Benita Green, you're welcome to start. I think you're unmuted.
Yes. Thank you so much, for allowing me to speak this evening. And I just really and truly appreciated working with the staff and being a part of the outreach team on this. I don't think that there's ever been a case in Durham where your Black communities or your lower income communities have been asked their thoughts and what their concerns are. So I think that's an important part of Durham moving forward, because we are a part of the Durham community. We pay our taxes here, just like someone who has a higher income base. And our voices matter, our voices matter. So I just wanted to say I truly appreciated being a part of this process and to continue being a part of this process. Your team has worked very hard. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green, and thank you for your leadership. Vanessa Mason, you're welcome to speak as well.
Yes, thank you. Good. I don't know if I say evening or good night, everybody, but thank y'all for having me here tonight. It has truly been an honor to be an ambassador for the city and the county of Durham. To know that there was a time in 2005 there were no Black voices at the table, and this has given the residents of Durham a chance to have their voices heard on their wants and needs. And I just thank each of you for giving us this time and letting us be able to go out into the community and hear the residents' wants and concerns. This is something I think will be a landmark in the history of Durham, and that we are trying to make a change for not just white people, but for Black, brown, and indigenous people, Asians, people of all colors. So I just want to say that I'm thankful that I live in Durham and that I'm a part of this engagement that's going on right now. I'm not going to talk long because it's getting late and I know everybody want to go to bed. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you live in Durham as well. Really appreciate it. And finally, Mimi Kessler.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'll try to be brief. I think that the team has done an incredibly good job, given that COVID was just very bad luck. And I don't know, how do you engage when everybody has to stay indoors and can't meet in congregate ways? And they've done a great job of trying to reach out. But I do think that it's been really yeoman's effort, and I appreciate their openness to hear all voices. And I think that they have made a very concerted effort to hear the voices that have historically not been heard. I'm not really sure what to expect next. I heard the presentation, but I'm not really sure in terms of, there was a consulting group that was part of the beginning, but they left or something, and I'm not really sure about. I guess I have always felt as a management consultant myself, I have always felt that part of what I provided as a consultant was an objective view, where I was not a stakeholder in what was going on, that I was helping them get to something specific. And I don't know if they have that perspective available to them. And that's my only concern, because a lot of times you have to be a non-stakeholder to be able to crank it back and look sort of objectively. And I'm not really sure where that component comes into the process. But I have really enjoyed my engagement with them, and they have been very tolerant of me, and I appreciate that. So thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Commissioners, I know we'll have this will come back to us, and just to clarify, this is back to us at our special April meeting, is that correct? And this will be the only item on that April 27th meeting agenda, if I understand it correctly. Can the staff confirm that?
That's correct.
Okay, that's
Sorry,
great.
I was trying to unmute, but I may have unmuted someone else. Sorry.
That's fine. Thank you. Commissioner Miller and Commissioner Cease, I think you both had your hands raised. You're welcome to make any brief comments, and we'll certainly have a lot of time at the April meeting as well.
So I appreciate the fact that we're going to have an opportunity to look at this in April. What I want to know is what is the consequence of our public hearing? And it is a public hearing, is that correct, Grace? Okay, thank you. I see nodding. That's good enough. What's the consequence of that? In other words, do you consider, I heard you say a couple of times that you want to get it finalized in order to bring it to us. And I'm concerned, I don't want to hold a public hearing and invite people to come and comment on the objectives to us if the staff considers this phase of this to be over.
I can respond to that, Commissioner Miller. I think just the way that other things move through the process, we try and bring something complete to you all. We wanted to make sure that we not only based the drafts around what residents shared, but then also had a chance for them to help us make sure we heard them right. So we want to make sure to do that work before we bring it forward, but then we're trying to reach as many folks as possible, let them know the public hearings are happening so that that's another opportunity for folks to participate and bring their voices to the conversation.
All right, good, thank you. I was hoping you would say that, and I was relatively confident, but I wanted to be sure. A concern, I hear, so you want to hear all voices, but I know that you've turned requests to engage away. I've heard that from a couple of groups. And so I'm concerned about that. I mean, my own neighborhood association asked twice to directly engage with staff and was told no. And I've heard a couple of other stakeholder groups that were not residential that got the same sort of response. This worries me a little bit. Now I understand that there are limits on how much of that you can do, but it does concern me at some point before we act on this. I want to make sure that we do actually hear at least the voices of people who want to be engaged directly with staff on this. I appreciate very much the efforts that have been undertaken to engage the people in Durham who have not been engaged. As long as I've been on the Planning Commission, effective engagement with people has been my primary concern. But I want to make sure that that we are engaging in with everybody, to at least to the extent that our resources allow, and that we don't wind up with skewed or lopsided results because of engagement choices that we make. And I'll just throw that out there. It doesn't really require a response, but I don't want to shut a response down. When we went through, you graded things yellow and red, and I have to say that when I have looked with this and worked with committees of groups I'm part of that looked at this, we raised those same questions. What has this got to do with at least my own view of what comprehensive plan is? And I realize my own view might be wrong, but I appreciate that you engaged in the same exercise and graded things yellow and red. And some of the examples that were shown, there was one that was integrated housing. And of course, we use the word integrated frequently to talk about vertical integration and horizontal, but I know that's not what's intended. That was graded yellow. It is a touchy area that has laws that reach in and control it. But I do think it is a valid goal and objective that just may be difficult to address. So I invite you to consider that again. I'm certainly going to consider it again. And then there was welcome and celebratory public spaces, and that was red. Now it was tied in with things like events and what have you. But I do believe that having celebratory public spaces is something that is a legitimate objective of land use planning. And maybe it's necessary to take that clause out of the larger objective statement and maybe move it into another under another topic heading, because there are topic headings where I believe that where it could fit nicely. I'm a believer that Durham has not done a very good job in being thoughtful about monuments and commemorations. First of all, we don't have much of it at all, and the choices that we have made in the past have been ones that have not worn well over time. And so I do believe that is something that the community ought to be thoughtful about all the time. So I can't wait to see the grading on the whole thing and to consider it, because like I said, it's something that I was doing all the time that I have been studying these. I can't wait to see how we start dealing with policies. And I have to say that one of my current frustrations with the way we use our goals, objectives, and policies in the current plan is that I can easily take what we have and make arguments for and against the zoning changes that come before us. The staff always argues for. Very rarely do we get one that says it's against. And I would like to have a new comprehensive plan where our policies anticipate recurring events and grade them as either something we favor or don't favor, so that it's not squishy and that anybody can find anything to support anything, because then we've gone through an elaborate process to produce a not very good result. I remember we had the planning staff made I thought, an excellent presentation some years ago about the need to change the comprehensive plan that I attended, and the staffer, somebody I have very high regard for. I have high regard for all the staffers, but this staffer is noted for his outspokenness, and he also lamented the fact that we had lots and lots of policies that in a given situation could be read as in conflict, and that we didn't actually kind of anticipate those conflicts and resolve them by saying this one's, if this in this conflict, this one's more important. We didn't prioritize. And so that's something else I think that I would like to see in this planning process as we develop policies, because that's the next step. And I think it's where we will get granular and we will really guide future land use planning. I have been a skeptic of this process all along, and you've heard me. I have been concerned that we are developing it in-house without reference to examples elsewhere in North Carolina that I thought could be helpful. And I was alarmed when the engagement consultant kind of disappeared from the picture, because I did think having some outside views would be really good. Somebody whose experience in comprehensive planning was not Durham based. But I have to say that as this is going along and as I'm seeing product, I'm feeling a little bit better about that. And I hope that we can continue making that progress. I am glad that we have had a lot of really great people assisting, people who are not in the department assisting. And we heard from 3 people today that I have a very high regard for, and I'm assuming there are a bunch more just like them that if they had all stayed, I would have said, oh yes, this is good. It's reaffirming to me to see these people who I consider are people who deeply care, who have an incredibly important point of view involved in guiding the process along. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Cease.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to make a few comments at this late hour, but I feel compelled to do so, having had as a question during my orientation for Grace and Scott and the planning director, some not concerns, but just questions that were answered incredibly well by the presentation we just received. And I just want to acknowledge that Lisa and Carl and Kayla did a superb job as far as I'm concerned. representing to us what has unfolded to date. And in particular, some of my questions that I posed to staff in my orientation were addressed, Carl, with great specificity in what you provided around the coding exercise, which managing this whole outreach process and it can be unwieldy. And so you gave me a great sense of confidence that the process that staff used to manage the data to get to this point has been successful. And I hope that there is adequate support for that intentionality to continue through the next phases. And I have some of the similar concerns as to what's been expressed. And so just a few quick items, if I may. It's interesting that of the 33 goals, I think are 33 objectives, accessibility or access is in 10 of them, plus 1 on connectivity. And so just a comment on what's explicitly there versus what's perhaps implied. Another item that was on the top shared topics was walkability, yet that, it's there in terms of the word access. If you interpret it in a certain way, it's there in the explanations. If you interpret it in a certain way, but it's not explicit. And if that theme exists across a third of the objectives, maybe it should be placed more at the forefront, or at least a further elaboration on the connectivity goal as the language, Kyla, that you presented. Maybe there's some wordsmithing there that I have some concerns about. Similarly, with the innovative housing, as the first item mentioned, I think that's one of those terms. And maybe before I say that, and those are only 2 specific goals, I'm going to comment on that and the connectivity. Just generally, I think we're at a phase where staff is representing this whole body of work. The coding analysis has progressed seemingly very successly. We have a good sense of what it means, but I think then taking that and putting it into words for these goals and objectives, I would encourage you not to rush and to maybe take a moment to step back and see it not only through the lens of the participants and the people that have been involved, but see it through the lenses of the ways in which it will be used going forward. And some of this ties to the concerns that Tom just raised, but just making sure that the terminology has sufficient meaning to be clear, sufficient meaning not to be broadly misinterpreted. And on the innovative housing, I think we could identify a lot of, I think we know what we're after in Durham. If you follow the collective conversations around housing affordability, different types of housing, different family configuration, there's a lot that I think is collectively understood, but I also think there's a lot of ways that could be misused, and it has been misused over kind of the past few decades. There's a lot of innovative housing that's really bad housing that no one would want to repeat. and public housing that is a product of that era in the 1970s, 1980s. And so I would just encourage a brief respite to be very careful about the actual wordsmithing, because the data process, data collection, the engagement, concerns about having skewed and lopsided planning results, that's kind of been the history of planning. So if we can skew them to those whose voices haven't been heard, that's great. So the level of engagement has been excellent. Even if there have been gaps, but I think we have to make sure we get over the threshold of encapsulating it in a document that not only represents the voices that are being said, but represents something that can be really valuable in how it gets used. And then lastly, to that point, the draft page that was shown with the residence quotes on one side and the goal or the objective in the background, just graphically, I think that is a I want to say perfect. It's a perfect direction to go in terms of ensuring that not just what went into the process is represented, but that it's there on the page. And so if we can, if that's the direction that this summary of work is going graphically versus the kind of inline text, I am a strong supporter of that. So, just looking for some wordsmithing, and that doesn't do it justice, the process that I'm talking about, but looking to allowing staff and your ambassadors and whoever else is involved in really representing this work with the same degree of care that's gone into it to date. I want to make sure you have the support to do that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Cease. And Commissioner Amendolia.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll be brief. My comments are very practical. They're regarding typos. And I'm going to try and burn through these quickly to help y'all have a nice polished product. So on page 3 of the draft, in the second paragraph, you ought to refer to Black neighborhoods twice, and the word Black is lowercase in both of those instances, which is not a practice y'all follow throughout the rest of the document, nor one that I think is in line with current practices. Page 4, where you talk about the value of equitable, and I think the 4th sentence, it says, we want a Durham where all people can live with safely and securely. I think that's either supposed to be live safely and securely or live with safety and security. Don't know which y'all prefer there. Page 15. This is point B on that page. The objective states we need a long-term plan and development process that promote well-being. It should be promotes well-being. And then lastly, and this one's actually, there's like a formatting issue here. So this is pages 34 through 36. We're on goal 9, health and well-being goal. The A, B, and C, the subheadings don't match the text beneath them. It looks like they got knocked out of order. So we have, it starts with youth opportunities, but then it speaks to accessibility for all residents, which is point C. And so I would just review that in general to match those subheadings with the proper text. And then one brief comment about the yellow-red indicators. I understand why that is a practice in terms of implementation of a comprehensive plan and why that is useful to point out. When I see, and this is partially because of the imperfection of using colors to communicate information, when I see that, it feels a bit like a bit of a ranking to me. And so I would just want to ensure we avoid ranking any goals and making it seem like one is prioritized over the other. Again, I get it from an implementation point of view, but wanted to raise that. Thank you.
Yeah, caution and stop.
Yeah, thank you. And again, I want to just thank the staff and the ambassadors. It's an exciting, powerful, compelling, thoughtful document. And so I look forward to seeing what comes back when we will have the public hearing and we will vote on this to send it to the governing body. So that will be on the April 27th meeting. That's it for tonight. Ms. Smith, I did just want to ask if you could just give us a very brief sense of what to expect at our next meeting. We have an additional meeting in March as well as April. So we're meeting again on Thursday, March 25th at 5:30. So anything to share with us about that meeting, and when might we expect to see our packets for that meeting?
You will see your packets very soon for that meeting. We're finalizing those items now. And we had 2 zoning cases and then a request for a tier boundary change for that agenda. One of the zoning cases could potentially be, there's probably going to be a request for continuance, some late breaking changes for that development plan. And so I will email you I'll email you that information and explain that way ahead of time, probably in the next couple of days. And but yeah, it's not going to be as heavy as agenda tonight, but we'll be thankful to get those cases out of the way and move forward.
Grace, can you tell us what they are so we'll be ready when the public starts reaching out to us?
Sure. Can I email you the information in the morning so I can make sure I get the correct information?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be happy to do that. And I'll also email the proffers from, that were made earlier for Parcel K. How about that?
That's great. Thanks, Grace. Thanks to all the staff and everyone. I know it's a long night, but appreciate everyone's time and hope you get a little sleep. This meeting's adjourned.
You too. Good night.
Good night.
Right.